No, 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 we haven't got Good morning and welcome to the EU WCQ Brussels here with the Genesys Championship, and I'm here, Alberto, joined by Mike.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Genesys Championship, and I mean it is one of those scenarios that you really want to see, meaning that our hobby has been upgraded and has a new aspect of it, right?
Yeah.
With the introduction of Genesys, a lot of players are choosing to adapt to this strategy in order to try and find another way to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
No, it's great, especially because, as you mentioned, I really feel like this is one of a kind event, I would say, especially because the finalists get to travel and accommodations to Jump Fiesta in Japan, and it's great, especially because they're going to be having also the opportunity to get complete sets of different booster packs, and on top of that, I also really feel like it's special just because. I also feel like the format is going to be changed thanks to Chaos Origin, which has recently been released. And I mean, already, as you mentioned, we have already 2 players playing new cards, right?
Yeah, and it is the latest sets brought so much nostalgia back to the table, right? Bringing those amazing cards from our childhood with new effects, and now we can experience cards like Sacred Beast. I mean, personally, I really loved Uriah. I don't know if you have a personal choice from the Sacred Beast.
Well, the Sacred Beast in general, I remember from my childhood, playing with the OG, Hamon, Raviel and stuff. It's great to see them. I'm honestly passionate about dragons, I would say. So I would pick Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames, for sure.
Reminds us like...
Yeah, it has these vibes, of reminiscing, the past. But as you mentioned, I really feel like it's always been great to see Genesys on action. And this weekend, for you watching at home, we will be playing 8 rounds of Swiss today. And then on Sunday, we will be having other 4 rounds of Swiss, so a total of 12 rounds, followed by Top Cut. So it's going to be a very, very tough event for our duelists, especially because, as mentioned, our finalists are going to Japan for the Jump Festa. So it's very nice to see these prizes and complete sets of booster packs from previous sets. But also, there's a lot of variety in Genesys. That's what I really like,
I mean, that's the point at the end of the day, right? With the point system, nice one. And it is one of those scenarios that you can bring any strategy and work. Just you need to adapt to the point system, to adapt because it is updating month by month, and it provides so many choices to a player and to a pilot.
And here essentially he's starting things off with what can be considered the combo with the Thunderclap, and in general here also with the field spell it's a lot of it's so much easier. So the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast, and now you can see that Mike is explaining his opponent's effect. So up to thrice per turn during your main phase, you can send 3 other cards of the same type from your hand or face up to the field to the graveyard. Then you can special summon 1 Sacred Beast monster from hand, deck, or graveyard. And if you do, essentially, that is unaffected by your opponent's activated spell and trapped effect. The deck in general is incredibly powerful, and I think it's one of the main reasons why, along with Blitzclick, could be one of the best decks for this event.
Another choice would probably also be potential Dual Tune, as we have experienced from the advanced, meaning that you have such a good access to the synchro. However, due to the latest point update, I believe that some changes and to the latest set may happen, and I really want to see how the latest set and the point system will affect the current meta state of Genesys.
Yeah, because we saw in the past, for example, the Red Dragon Archfiend deck was the most popular one. It was incredibly powerful. A lot of different combos, a synchro-based deck. Incredible, to be fair. But in general, I'm a fan of Blitzclick. The deck seems to be working very well, especially going second. special summoning monsters from your hand and then getting to destroy cards from your opponent's field.
What's more to ask, right?
Yeah, I know, exactly. You know, it's very niche interruptions that you may have. But also the way, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it cannot use the effect of special summon EMZ because there's no extra monster zone in Genesis. Exactly, correct. That's that's the catch from our judges here that they're working at the table. Thank you for that. But yeah, it's gonna be exciting for sure this day of action. But again, it will be very interesting to see how the meta game is going to be changing compared to the past.
To be fair, can I say how much I love the Genesys strategy?
You like it?
Yeah, because it showcases another aspect of the game, and it is a very unique way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And I really love the fact that it kinda reminds of chess, meaning we have all these unique effects, and I really love how those cards will interact into the current meta state, both in advanced and in the Genesis format, right?
Yeah. I mean, in general, as mentioned, there's well, Chaos Origin really giving a lot of additions to the current meta game, not only in Genesis but also to the advanced format. And to mention that this weekend we will be having for the first time 2 streams on the same YouTube channel. So essentially we will be having the Genesys Championship, and then we will also be streaming the playoffs later on for the advanced format. So here there was, as you previously saw, we got a little bit of delay at the start of the match. That's why here our judges are rewinding just a little bit to understand what happened and how the combo had been executed from Lutz. Yeah. Yeah, I think here they're just rewinding things up a little bit and to make it clear. But, you know, anyways, talking about the deck, of course, we saw Mike starting things with Martyr of the Sacred Beast. Let's just talk a little bit about the deck, which, you know, if you're not maybe super familiar with it, if the card is not more a special summon, you can especially place 1 Sacred Beast field spell or 1 Sacred Beast continuous spell trap card from deck face up onto your field. And then also, if you have a Sacred Beam monster, you can special summon 2 Martyr from your hand deck or graveyard. So you have very easy access to your combo.
Yeah, it is one of those one-card combos that you really want to start with. And I think that Mike here, nice name, he's in very advantageous place. So I believe that we are in Mike's turn right now,
yeah.
And we will activate the effect of Fallen Paradise with the Sacred Beast, that it gives the effect to send 3 cards of the same type, for example monsters as we just experienced, in order to special summon 1 Sacred Beast monster from hand, deck, graveyard or banishment. And also an extra effect on that, the monster that is special summon, it is unaffected by opponent's activate spell trap effects.
And that is great because now it's going to perform an XYZ summon, and not only we see it in the TCG Advanced format, but also in Genesis, the Varudras. Great card, to be fair.
And only with 20 points, I mean...
Yeah, only with 20 points. So it's that is great, because at the end of the day, if you're going to count the amount of points that you can build this deck with, It's just maybe the hand traps, which can cost you, a little bit of points. But all of the remaining, sacred beasts cost 0 essentially. There's also only the summoner of the sacred beast that has 5 points, so that is pretty good. And then in the extra deck, you essentially have the Varudras.
You have the martyr at 2 points
Yeah.
each. But I'm pretty sure that such a good starter as martyr,
Yeah,
you're definitely going to utilize him
exactly.
for only 2 points,
Yeah.
right? Why we're taking Varudras though? Because Mike was reading his own card and ooh, that's a good start
Oh.
from Lude's side.
Yeah, there's the Surge. So essentially, as we were mentioning before, there's the general idea of the deck is just revealing Thunder monsters in your hand and then targeting cards, so like monsters, spell and traps and stuff to destroy your opponent's card. And then, of course, here there's the Varudra, so you get the protection effect. But overall, the Blitzkrieg strategy, I really feel like it has a lot of consistency, especially because you have a lot of them. And the good thing about the deck is that you can also get to summon any Thunder monster, which is great. That's why.
But we definitely needed to answer the effect of Surge with Varudras.
Yeah.
Because we cannot let such a strong effect to resolve. And right now we are following with the reveal of Grain, which lets us reveal this card in our hand and then target one spell trap on the field, destroy it. And if you do, special summon one Thunder monster from your hand.
And here they all have this effect, and meaning once they're up to the field, when a card gets destroyed, you also get an effect from the Blitzkrieg monster you have onto the field. And essentially here you get the Whisker, which is, we can say it is the bounce monster of the deck, which is super powerful. I really feel like in general this is one of these cards that you really want to have, and here, as mentioned, it comes onto the field and you can special summon up to 3 Thunder monster. That's what the deck does at its best, It's just pushes and puts a lot of pressure to your opponent and trying to seal the game as fast as possible.
And since you special summon from the hand, it is quite possible to go for damage in the same turn and win the game. And I'm pretty sure that this might be actual game, right? We have
so it's
3,000, 12.
so with the
for
field
both
spell,
green.
with the field spell as well, because the field spell lets you gain 500 attack and defense for to each monster. So they hide out in the sky. I think it should be quite it, right? Almost.
Yeah, because right now we are in 7,200, and with a field spell, it might be actual game.
Yeah, because the field spells boost all of them by 500 points. So.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think that we have entered our battle phase right now.
What do you mean? So we've got like top 8 to top 4, and then top 4, top 2. Is it single leg or is it single leg? All single leg. Guys, do you know about these world qualifying points playoffs?
And I think that we have passed turn back to Mike because we cannot touch. We'll activate the field pedal. No, it's Lut's turn still.
Because he might have been in the battle phase.
No, it is main phase 2, I believe. And
No, it's battle phase. Yeah.
So we were explaining that the field pedal provides the extra
boost. Yes, exactly.
the extra attack.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's gonna deal quite of a few damage.
Yeah,
not
but
enough
it
to
is not
seal,
game,
but it's,
yeah.
not enough to seal the game. But it's quite a lot. So
Yeah, and I wonder that since we didn't manage to get the 8,000 points of damage, what are the second options for us in main phase 2 in order to establish a strong field?
yeah, that's the issue. Like in general with Blitzkrieg, you usually also want to get access to your trap cards. There's why the EMI, the EMI, it's very powerful, especially because when the card is added to your hand, and then of course it has the effect that it can searches a Blitzkrieg trap from the deck to the hand, and usually you get easy access to either the alternator or the return stroke, a card that is very powerful in the mirror match. But yeah, I mean, I really feel like overall this is quite of a good turn for Lutz. Now just gonna need and see if Mike somehow can come back into this one. 4,200 damage.
Speaking of strong trap cards, we see 2 sets on the Lutz side, so it potentially can be any strong trap card or any card that can potentially be utilized.
Well, also the main difference as we've seen lately in Genesys was also the back row removal, like playing Cosmic Cyclone, Twin Twisters, Evenly Matched. It's all cards that have been played and are played, in the main deck and side deck. So it will be interesting to see effectively if and how they will be played from our duelists this weekend.
And I mean, when you start your turn with a Thunderclap, it's definitely going to provide some extra pressure, because it is one of those cards that with Sacred Beats you want to see, and obviously never it is alone, always has its friend with.
Always paired up with the field spell. That's the cool part about deck. Like I feel like they all come back at some point, you know? And that's the thing, with the Thunderclap, as mentioned during the main phase, you can place 2 other copies essentially from your hand deck or graveyard face up, and then if you do so, you can reveal 1 level 10 Sacred Beats monster in your hand, then place 1 full part of the Sacred Beats from your deck face up in the field zone. So essentially you get very easy access to it, to the field spell. I feel like in general the deck is consistent. It has a good matchup in the current format, but I mean overall, I feel like Blitzkrieg in the current metagame has an advantage, just because the deck to me seems way too good. And then, as mentioned, going second, you don't really have issues. That's the thing.
And let's be honest, another reason to play Sacred Beast is the nostalgia, right? Meaning, I'm pretty sure that if you had the chance to compete in this event, Alberto, you will also play Sacred Beast 100%.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those decks that I will play, honestly. You just have all of them. You have the Raviel, then you have the Ammon, then you have the... you have all of them.
Imagine sealing game with one of your favorite cards, right?
It's something, you know, and that's the cool part, honestly. That I also feel like, thanks to Chaos Origins lately, we really get to see and think about our past, no? Because like in the TCG Advanced format, for example, I will be playing Lightning Darkness of the Ritual, you know? Like I will play the deck just because I remember about, Dark Magician of Chaos in the past, Black Luster Soldier, and in these new forms of the Ritual. I'll give them a shot, you know. So also here now with the Sacred Beasts, it's something that for sure I will be playing, you know, that I would like, yeah.
And as we spoke before, Martyr has been summoned, providing one of those stars that you want to see with the deck. However, it was immediately answered by the effect of Whisker,
Yeah.
which enables us, when a monster effect is activated, except in the hand, which is quite important, especially for the mirror match, you can return another Thunder monster. For example, we just returned the grain that he was summoned
Yeah.
before, and negate the activation.
And then gets to trigger also, you know, the Surge and the Grain. Because as mentioned, these monsters not only they do have an effect to destroy something on your opponent's side of the field, but once they're on the field, if another card gets to be destroyed, then you can either search, you know, with Surge a monster, and then with Blitz you can search, with Grain, sorry, you can search a spell. So you have a lot of different ways to interrupt and play with your opponents, and then of course I think we just added the Blitzkick Breakaway, which is a card that I really like, just because you get to place one Blitzkrieg continuous drop from your deck face up on the field, and then the second effect is also really nice because you get to return one Thunder monster you control to the hand and then target one card on the field to destroy it. The deck is consistent. It's just I think it's just too good, and it can afford Shifter.
And Shifter is one of those cards that you really want to see, right?
Yeah.
But I think that's the key point of Genesys, if you ask me. The way to attend a Genesys event for me, it is, since the point system all the time changes and you have so many options, and every time that the point system is updated, you need to come up with a new strategy eventually, or to update your current strategy. I think the key point it is to find the most consistent one. To have a strategy that you will attend the event and say straightforward that I'm going to do that, this is my plan, and I'm here to execute it.
No, I mean, exactly. I mean, we have seen a lot of variety in the latest, you know, formats, and I really feel like with Genesys, not only with the points, I think here Mike is conceding, but you know, as mentioning, you know, I really feel like there's been a huge change not only in the point system, but you know, especially thanks to Chaos Origins, because Blitzkrieg will not be there if Chaos Origin, you know, would have not been released. Essentially, it's one of those decks that you know, essentially gave advantage, and I feel like, you know, has a lot of consistency, and it's overall, I mean, as you mentioned, you also have to play what you feel most comfortable with during an event, but you know, 12 rounds of Swiss, it's a big event, you know. This is a big event, you know, and there's a lot at stakes, but yeah, I mean, talking about side decks choices, there's it depends on, you know.
I saw a very good card in Mike's side deck.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was Darkhole, because obviously he's not going to side it going first, but it is one of those cards that I really want to talk about in the Genesys format, providing everything that you currently need, because due to the point system, the card negation, it's not very common and easily accessible. So I believe that cards like Darkhole, with required not a lot of points, can be utilized in order for the players to go second and try to you know, provide any extra interactions with the established field of the opponent. So Luch has presented his deck, he's waiting for Mike. And I'm quite curious how the Sacred Beast will try to go first and establish a strong field. For example, Varudras is definitely one of those cards that you wanna summon, and maybe we are utilizing some going first cards from our side deck in the form of trap cards. So we are ready for the game 2, and nice fist bump, and right now I think that Mike is definitely going first, and I think that we have drawn some side deck options. For example, Cosmic Cyclone. It is one of those cards that you really want to bring against the Angelus strategy.
And yeah, I mean, for those of you who have just tuned in, let's keep in mind also that there will be streaming alongside the Genesys Championship, the World Qualifying Point Playoff later on. And for Genesys, we will be playing, as mentioned, 8 rounds of Swiss, followed by, on Sunday, 4 other rounds of Swiss before the top cut. So now, entering into game 2, well, Sacred Beast player Mike will be start things off once again, and we will be saying if this time around, he will get the chance to showcase us a little bit more of the Sacred Beast combo by starting things off with the Thunderclap. And Thunderclap is going to be placing other 2 copies onto the field, and then the field spell, the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast, is going to be activated.
Thunderclap is such a nice card, right? You just activate it and you get +1/+1/+1.
Yeah, essentially it's just free pluses, right? So it's just
And we will activate the field spell by sending the 3 copies of Thunderclap to the graveyard, and Uriah will be summoned on the field. Such a cool moment to summon Uriah, right? Imagine attending an event and summon Uriah.
It has to be something, honestly. Yeah? I would love to do that, to be fair.
This is Amon in the hand?
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, we will see also Uriah and Amon.
Because let's keep in mind that thanks to the effect of the Full Paradise of the Sacred Beasts, you can send 3 other cards of the same type from your hand or face up to the field to the graveyard. Then you can special summon 1 Sacred Beast monsters from your hand, deck, or graveyard. So essentially, just with 1 Thunderclap, you get onto the field 1 Sacred Beast monster.
So we have not special summoned yet Amon, but we have activated the effect in hand to reveal himself and add 1 Sacred Beast spell from the deck to the hand, and then later discard 1 card. So we search for Sacred Beast released, which enable us to add 3 Sacred Beast monsters with different names from the deck to the hand, then discard 2 cards. Later, if this card is in the graveyard, except that it was sent there, you can banish it, add 1 level 10 Pyro Thunder or Fiend, the Sacred Beast basically, monster that cannot be normal summon or set from the deck to the hand.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good overall.
It gives exactly what you want, right?
Yeah. And here, once again, the Martyr. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it really seems like this time around we will be seeing a little bit more of the Sacred Beast deck. It's, as mentioned, it's, deck is consistent for sure. The Thunderclap is the card you would like to see turn 1 along with the Martyr. And there's been no interruption so far from Lutz. But as you mentioned, it will also be nice to see if Lutz is playing any copy of Dark Hole. Because we mentioned this over the last events. Really feel like field breakers have been very powerful. So there's been Twin Twisters, Cosmic Cyclone, Dark Hole, Evenly Matched. There's been a lot of these cards that have been played.
So the effect of Martyr has been activated since we already control a Sacred Beast monster to special summon 2 other copies of Martyr from hand deck graveyard, and enables for this field spell to reactivate it since we can activate it 3 ice per turn and special summon 1 Sacred Beast. And we saw Raviel, the updated version, if I can say it, to be summoned on the field, and we are currently debating on which Exist monster to summon. Varudras obviously is one of those monsters that you definitely want to summon going first. And yes,
Yeah, I think it's going for Varudras.
I mean, we talked before about how important it is to find 1 card negation in the Genesys format, since it is quite difficult to access card negation due to the point system. And I believe that Varudras is definitely one of those choices. As we talked before, Cosmic Cyclone has been activated, and I think that we have also our own Cosmic Cyclone. Will we chain? Oh, no.
Is it? Okay.
It's supposed to be banished, though. I think that our judges will definitely catch it. It's not like MST. Yes, our judges just got it, and the Cosmic Cyclone has been banished.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this. These are the cards that have been played and are still played in the format just because they're way too good for, backward removals. But, yeah, again,
the same scenario, right?
The Surge is the same scenario. Like, Mike Sand was quite fine, I would say, just because let's keep in mind that the Fallen Paradox of the Sacred Beast can be activated thrice per turn. So essentially, the great thing about the deck is you get the chance to put up onto the field 3 Thunderclap and then 3 Martyr, and then essentially you get to summon at least 2 Sacred Beasts in 1 turn. But then again, Loot's Hand, Surge, and then Grain that comes onto the field. And now, as mentioned, essentially once a card gets destroyed and then you have a Blitzclick monster onto the field, you get to search something else. So now, given that the field spell gets destroyed, you get to search with Surge a monster from the deck and add it to the hand.
And to be quite fair, Blitzclick, it is one of those strategies that can afford to go second, right? They have very strong effects in the form of they are not only the monsters will be special summoned from the hand, but also they will trade with a card, for example, a monster distraction or a spell trap distraction. And Varudras has also the second effect that, not the second effect, the extended effect that you not only can negate the activation of a card, but also you can then destroy 1 card on the field. So eventually you want to let a little bit your opponent to play in order to fully utilize such an effect. However, since Lutz has activated the effect of search to destroy Varudras, you cannot afford to wait for another moment to activate Varudras and negate the search. So you just negate, search stays in hand, and you just can normal summon it. And I think we see Vados, right? So Vados has been summoned on the field, and it is such a quite option from Mike's side. So this is 1 card that saw some popularity in the Vanquish Soul format regarding the side deck option. So during the main phase, if this card is in the hand, quick effect, you can target 1 card in the field zone. Special summon this card to your opponent's field, and if you do, destroy that card. Then you can add to your hand or set 1 Ascended Continuous trap from your deck. So what's the equivalent to that? You utilize this card in the side deck in order to interact with the field spells, which are quite popular not only in the TCG Advanced format but also in the Genesys format. And later, if this card is sent from opponent field to your graveyard, so if your opponent, for example, utilized it for a synchro, you can destroy all monsters on the field. So it is like a mini dark hole, if we can say that.
Yeah, I think it's better than a kaiju because like the concept is like a kaiju, so summoning onto your opponent's field. But the good thing is you get to destroy a card, you know, when your opponent essentially is just playing and combo through, which is great. So and here Lutz is using the field spell because the hideout essentially gets you like essentially you can special summon one token to your opponent's field, and then if you do, you can add one Blitzkin monsters from your deck to the hand. That is great because essentially you have also something that you can potentially destroy.
So the first copy of Hideout, I think we didn't wait for the effect of special summoning a token. We activated Varudras directly to the Vados directly to the activation of Hideout to destroy it. So we could reactivate another copy of Hideout and activate eventually the effect to bring a token on the field.
And this is the only card in the deck that if it gets added, except by drawing it, essentially you can reveal it and then carry one card to the field and destroy it, which is the Emmy, which is, you know, very nice, especially because it gets you search if needed the trap card. And here I think it's entering battle phase.
Yes, the token is quite big with 2000
yeah.
attack points and defense points. But as you have said before, Hideout also provides an extra attack gain for every monster on the field in Lutz's side.
I think this should not be. I think it's almost enough.
No. So we need. I think that we might. No, we were good because the Hideout provides the effect to boost the attack to normal or special summon monsters from the hand.
Yeah.
And we had activated the effect of search to special summon itself. However, Varudras was activated and then we normal summon, so it still gains the attack boost.
Oh yeah, it's almost enough. We said it, 100 life points.
I think right now the plan for Mike is just to find a way to send Vados in the graveyard for the second effect to activate it, that will provide the distraction of all monsters on the field.
And then let's keep in mind the Thunderclap during your opponent's end phase. If the card is in the graveyard, you can add it back to your hand. And same thing with the Martyr. So it's this is very nice because essentially you keep recycling. And then here I think it's going to use the Whisker on the Martyr, because let's keep in mind that Whisker can get activated on a monster's effect except in the hand. So you get to return one other Thunder monster you control to the hand to negate the activation and destroy the monster.
Very important to get all those resources back.
Yeah.
However, I don't know if we have a plan. For example, definitely the plan is to send Vados in the graveyard for the second effect to be activated, but also we have only 16 minutes left on the clock, and I think that we need to hurry up a little bit.
Yeah, very tense and close match for sure. And that Mike is just left with 100 life points, so you really have to be very careful. But there's also 2 set cards from Lutz's side. Is there gonna be another Cosmic Cyclone? That's the question. Oh, okay. It's gonna do the job anyways, is the breakaway. So essentially you can return one Thunder monster you control to the hand, then target one card on the field and destroy it. Yes.
It is one of those cards that really enable the Blitz strategy, bringing all these extra interaction and interruptions against any deck, and I think it is way Blitzkrieg has found its way to the current Genesys format, meaning that usually cards like that would have a lot of points if they didn't require some specific requirements. For example, to take back in the hand a Blitzkrieg monster. But since it is archetype specific card, you can utilize it without any point. I believe on the point system, yeah, it's free.
Yeah.
So it's definitely one of those decks that you really want to bring and utilize point system as better as you could.
No, exactly. Just because the only points for the Blitzkrieg cards are Cracker and Surge, is just 4 points each, and yeah,
And
here's
the
the
handshake
handshake.
from the mic side.
So very, very well played by Lutz here in this first round future match. And I mean, we mentioned this, Blitzkrieg, I think it's the favorite to win the event. There's going to be for sure other interesting matches coming up our way, very different decks and variety. Sacred Beast is for sure one of the contenders that you know, has its chances, honestly, because we see some of the combos. Unfortunately, Mike didn't really have, you know, all of the gas, you know, to put it through. On the other hand, we saw that going second with Blitzkrieg is no problem at all.
Yeah, because it has all those extra effects that they are not just effects that can provide the extra body, the extra special summon, and try to establish a very strong field with those trap cards, but also it has all those effects that enables you to destroy a monster, destroy a spell trap, and as we just experienced, the quick play that
The breakaway.
Yeah, the breakaway
exactly.
that provides such a very strong interaction. It feels like the deck, it is designed to go second and first, and it feels very, very nice when you have you know, combined with Angelesi.
And we hope to get the chance to see more Blitzkrieg deck in action. So this was round 1 for our Genesys Championship. Thanks for watching, and don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with round 2 of the Genesys Championship live from Brussels. Keep watching. And we're back to the coverage of the EU WCQ Genesys Championship, and here joined by someone else, which is not Mike. Hello there, how you doing? Huh?
Yeah, really good, really excited. I really love the Genesys format, and it looks like we've got a very, very interesting pairing to get us started off with round number 2. We just got to update some of the information, and once it's there, you'll be able to see exactly what surprises we have in store for you. And someone might look quite familiar who is no stranger to the feature match stage in general, but this time he's going to be taking on Genesys.
Yeah, right. Joshua Schmidt is sitting at Genesys here on the Friday, which is something very exciting, honestly, you know, for someone like him playing, you know, Master Duel, playing Advanced Format, playing also Genesys. It must be very exciting. And on the other hand, his opponent, Erika's, is playing, you know, very interesting deck, I would say, you know, because we've been mentioning this with Mike as well in the first round. What I really feel like is Genesys has a variety of decks, right? It's going to be interesting to see this weekend the approach of our duelists. And are you surprised a little bit about, you know, seeing these decks being brought?
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite excited in general. I think Chaos Origins has really kind of expanded the whole kind of availabilities and the decks. And what I love about Genesys is you start to see decks that you wouldn't mainly see in Advanced as much, which is quite nice. You see a bit more player creativity as well. And you also do get to start to see strategies and combinations that you wouldn't normally see, which just, it shows so much more of the game and how much more you can do with it, which is just absolutely amazing.
And that is great. I really like to see, honestly, also Josh approach to the format, because you know, I think this is the first time I see him playing it. You know, I think it's also worth giving it a shot, especially because, you know, as mentioned, we will be having 8 rounds of Swiss today,
yep,
followed by other 4 on the Sunday. So he's playing Melfi, which it reminds me of a strategy that has been used in the Advanced format a few years ago. And, you know, it's very interesting, especially because I really feel like I think it's one of those decks that maybe just lately has been seeing not much, to be fair, but, you know, could be for sure one of those that could, you know, catch by surprise, you know, his opponents, for sure. And on the other hand, Erika's with the Fairy Tale Invoked, it's, I mean, Fairy Tales in general, I think it's a consistent deck, I would say.
Yeah.
But for sure also with the Invoked, it's something that for sure, you know, we would love to see. With just trying to figure out the latest details before jumping into the match. But yeah, I mean, in general, let's just, you know, keep in mind that, you know, our duelists are playing for very nice prizes as well, because both of our finalists will have the chance to advance and go to the Jump Festa,
yep,
in Japan. And, you know, apart from that, you also get your hands on a complete set of previous booster packs. And I also really feel like if you're the winner, you know, getting, you know, the title of Genesys champion of, you know, the WCQ is for sure something to keep in mind. And I really feel like, you know, the format has been evolving incredibly well, especially with the new systems being updated lately. But as you mentioned, for sure, Chaos Origin really gave, you know, the format a boost quite
yep,
significant, I would say. If there was a deck you would have played, which one would you choose?
I really do like Sacred Beasts. I know we got to see them in round number 1. That's really fun. I just like how it takes you back to the GX era. I think the new cards are incredible. It's a new kind of approach from the deck as well, and it allows them to be very, very aggressive, but they can also be defensive. And yeah, anytime you get the chance to kind of elevate your field with level 10 monsters that are gods in the game, that's always something exciting and a very fun strategy to play. The Angelices are quite fun as well, even though there is that little kind of caveat that you're not able to summon to the extra monster zone, because in Genesys that doesn't exist. But it also kind of gives you a bit more of a surprise factor. And I think this is what we're going to see here. And this is the big thing that I love about Genesys as well, is Invoked Fairy Tale might be something you'll see in Advanced. You may see Melfi in Advanced, but very, very less so. So it always gives you a bit more of an edge as well when you're playing a deck that is more considered as an underdog or a little bit unknown. Because if you're trying to transverse from Advanced to Genesys itself, that can kind of give you a bit of an upset here. And I think that's what we're going to see with Joshua's approach to this one. But the Invoke Fairy Tale, as you already say, have got a very strong start. And we're going off with a Mulchummy Perulia.
Here he goes. So Erica's here just first of all needs to understand how to play through the Perulia. We mentioned this a few times already that, you know, for sure hand traps like, you know, the Mulcharmies are impactful. Did he pass?
Yeah, just straight pass. I think his hand is very aggressive in the spell lineup. So I feel that there might have been one monster there that if it was possibly summoned would have given Joshua a draw. And we're starting off with the Melfi spell cards. So this is Melfi Staring Contest. Look at that cute little fluffy bunny. So you reveal a beast monster in your hand to add a Melfi monster with a different name from the deck or grade to the hand, and then place that reveal monster on the bottom of the deck. So it's a nice kind of search and recycle. And the fact that it searches out any Melfi monster, it just gives you a whole host of options, and you just need to reveal any beast monster. So that's where you can start to see that Joshua is getting the brand new, I believe it's the Rabbies.
I really feel like the deck it's very consistent, right? Because you know, you get a lot of names onto the field very quickly, and here, as you mentioned, it gets the Rabbies. So if the card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Melfi monsters from deck to the hand. Then, you know, if you add a normal monster, you can special summon any number of beast monsters from your hand, which is, you know, very good.
Yeah, so this is going to give us direct access to the only normal monster in the deck right now, or the normal Melfi monster being the Melfi Rabbi. And then there's an additional effect off the back of the Rabbies as well, is that it can allow you to fusion summon a Melfi fusion monster. But it looks like Joshua's just going to overlay both of these to make one of the XZs monsters for the Melfis. And that's quite a nice approach they have, is they have a balance of the new fusion monster, and then they've got the old classic XZs monsters that are all really, really good, as they can start to ramp up pressure on your opponent. And it looks like we're going for Melfi of the Forest. So this is going to be another search on this one. Detach from the tier to add another Melfi card from the deck to the hand. And at the moment, if you're looking down Joshua's field, if you're Irakas right now, it's not looking so threatening because there's only 500 attack. But trust me, these will start to really, really enter the field at a lot of pace.
Yeah, that's what I really like about the Melfi strategy. I remember in the past in the advanced format, it was being played with sprites, just because they're all level 2 monsters, and it's very nice because you get a really easy access to your extra deck, and you know, in general, as you mentioned, it can get out of control very easily. You know, once you get them onto the field. So we will soon see if Josh finds a way, honestly, to potentially push enough damage, or just try to be as consistent as possible. And here I think you got the trap card.
Yeah, so the one through the Melfis is that none of the main deck monsters or even the extra deck monsters really take up any points in Genesys. So it allows you to be very, very flexible with the amount of Melfi monsters you can use, and that starts to open up the door, as we've already seen with cards like Perulia, but it can also open up the door to possibly cards like the Dominus. So you've got your Dominus Purges. It also then allows you to play cards like maybe Infinite Impermanences. So even if Joshua was to not complete game at this point, he still has a bit more to fall back on. And the level that Joshua is, he's probably well aware that if his opponent did not play a particular card or didn't play any cards in the previous turn, he probably has a lot of field breakers or field disruptors that would possibly be used here. And that's probably why we're seeing Zeus enter the field of play and being a little bit more conserved with our resources. So this is the brand new Melfi Footsteps. Add up to 4 Melfi monsters with different names from the deck to the hand. So, and then it does become the end phase of the turn, but it doesn't matter if you're going to be using this at a later point in your turn.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really change much, essentially, because you're done with your, you know, you done the Zeus, you set one, and then essentially it's just, you know. But is there maybe a condition why you could have not used that?
Oh, you can't special on the turn you activate this effect except Melfi, so obviously we've gone into Downer than Zeus. Yeah, good catch. Okay, it looks like we're starting off with Book of Eclipse, so that's going to answer the Zeus straight away. Joshua allows the Zeus to get flip face down and then relying on the set card that we now have. don't believe we know what that one is.
Yeah, because essentially he had the playtime surprise, which at this point in time could not be activated.
Yep. So it looks like we're actually going to see Eric Haas play his second card of the duel, even though it is turn number 3. But this is where it's going to really start to ramp up for the Fairy Tales, unless Joshua has a response here, because we're going to see Fairy Tale Luna, one of the best starters for the deck in my opinion. And even with Fairy Tale Snow being high pointed, depending on how much invoked he wants to lean into, Eric Haas may or may not play Snow. And that's the best thing about the new support of the Lunalights, is that they don't rely on Snow. It's not a corner piece of the deck. It's just a nice added benefit that you can utilize.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, the consistency of the deck is just there, because, you know, with the Fairy Tale Ball, essentially you get to add one Fairy Tale monster or one Fairy Tales from the deck to your hand. And then, as you mentioned, there's the Luna, which is, you know, pretty much the key card of the deck. Essentially, you get to one spellcaster monster with, what is it, 850 attack?
Yep.
From deck to the hand. And yeah, here you just get things rolling, because I think you get the...
Genia of the Ring. Yeah, so it was a great new card as well. So the Genia is, I believe, is a TCG exclusive. And it's just a nice extender as it currently stands. And this is the other benefit. Quite like the Melfies, they don't take up a lot of points in the main deck. The Fairy Tales themselves, apart from Snow, which may or may not be played, doesn't take up any points at all. So again, that allows you to be a little bit more flexible. It's why we do see the Invokes get utilized as a hybrid of this deck as well. And then there was a response from Joshua there, probably stopping the Genia of the Ring kind of resolving. And then it looks like we're going to be using the Rabbies in the hand to summon itself down. And this is where we're probably going to lean ourselves into a bit more field presence.
Yeah, this has always been, let's say, the strategy of the Melf deck, just to interrupt your opponent by using, you know, Melfi monsters that you have in the hand. And then, of course, essentially with the Playtime Surprise, kind of a new card as well, you get to interrupt your opponent. Now, the thing is, does Josh know where and how to stop Erika's? Because he pretty much passed, you know, turn 1, so he may be holding, you know, a piece of combo, and we can see in his hand there's no Book of Eclipses, which at the moment, you know, may not be super useful.
No, it doesn't look like he's ended up with 3 Book of Eclipses, which is not something you initially want early game. We know Joshua knows the monster in the hand. We know that Luna was... Oh no, we don't know that the second Luna was searched, because we searched out the Genia.
Yeah.
It looked like there was an Invoked Sword in the hand, which is great if you have Invoked Monster to utilize here. But it definitely looks like we're probably going to go into the Fairy Tale Wiccan. And this is just another great addition to the deck as well. Great rank 4 for the deck. The Wiccat allowing to get a lot of research, because every Fairy Tale monster you control whose original attribute is light, which majority of them are, becomes unaffected by your opponent's activated effects. So that could be quite useful to be a bit defensive. And then we're also going to be able to detach up to 2 materials to then send Fairy Tale cards from the deck to the grave equal to the number detached. And because it sends cards, we can start getting a little bit more resource here, which is exactly why we're also going to see the brand new Fairy Tale Magic Guru. And that's just going to be another extender to enter the field of play. And this is where the Fairy Tales will start to show their strength even without the Invokes involved.
Yeah, and here gets to activate the Tales of the Fairy Tales. Very nice. And yeah, as mentioned, this is getting a very good advantage for Americas here, because you know, once you get very easy access to your Fairy Tales monster here and the engines get going, this will get out of control very easily. And let's see if Josh has any other way of interrupting his opponent, but at this point I think he's just trying to figure out what Erika's field could look like in a minute.
Yeah, I think as it exactly stands, there's nothing too threatening for that defense position Zeus. So Joshua doesn't really need to act as of yet, but I feel that we definitely have a search, because we've got the search off of the Rabbies, I believe, so I'm not too sure if we've got a Melfi that can enter the field of play during our opponent's turn. Most of it is during their the turn player, the Melfi player's end phase.
Yeah. And I think here Josh tried to activate it, a spell which has been negated by Teller of Fairy Tales, that can essentially banish one monster from the graveyard to negate a card or effect that your opponent has activated.
Yeah, Oh, and there we go. We see 2 more Fairy Tales enter the field, and that's
Wow.
it. That Joshua's seen enough of that one because he'll get to
Yep.
attack directly, so that defense position Zeus was not holding the fort as much. Very interesting approach there.
Massive turn
Yeah.
from Erikas, yes. Yeah, I mean, it's very nice. I mean, happy to see the deck in action, to be fair.
Yeah, I think there's... It kind of also put Joshua's at a bit of a disadvantage. So I suppose that was a good thing by Erikas by not playing any card turn 1. Didn't give any information to Joshua. And again, because you're so early in the Genesis rounds, there's no guarantee you know exactly where your opponent is on by this particular point. And sometimes that knowledge is key. So that might have made Joshua maybe end the field a little bit differently if had he have known what his opponent was on. And then Erikas did kind of take full advantage, even with a hand that wasn't ideal or... I mean, no one's going to pick the type of hand that Erikas unfortunately did open up with, but played that very well under the Perulia, didn't give Joshua any more advantage. Joshua didn't really present a field of anything of too much magnitude, and I feel that this is the little clauses of particular cards, of Melfi cards, like the one that we saw where we couldn't resolve because we had summoned the Downard and the Zeus, would have been a big point, because then that could have given Joshua a lot more end phase effects to kind of ramp up and go more down the Melfi side. But round 2, or the part number 2 of this one, game number 2, is going to be very, very interesting to see exactly what point position both duelists are, because now Joshua has all the information he needs. Well, I'd take it back actually. He only knows that his opponent's on Fairy Tale.
Yeah, he doesn't see any
doesn't
book
know.
cards. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, as mentioned, you know, lately we have seen a lot of field breakers cards, such as, you know, Cosmic Cyclone, Twin Twisters. We have seen Evilly Matched as well. There's Dark Hole. So all of these cards have been played a lot. There's Book of Eclipse, which Erikas is main decking. So it will be also interesting to see the approach with the side deck. So just maybe switching the Mole Charmers for other phases of interruptions. But yeah, for sure, as you mentioned, now Josh knows what he's up against.
Yeah.
Not entirely, because, you know, it's that has to be seen. But yeah, now Josh will go first in game 2.
Yes, just going back on the side there, something that I'm actually really excited about, which we might see in Erikas bringing in on this one. It is a card that is similar to Dark Hole, but had point reduction and actually utilises cards that a lot of people fear in the Genesis lineup. But it looks like Joshua has opened up a full hand of monsters, and definitely being a Ravi's is one of the best ones you can start with. And then looking over at Erikas, doesn't look like there's anything as of yet. The Ravi's is going to resolve here, and I feel that Joshua, well, you definitely can't make Zeus this turn.
Yeah.
So I feel that we're going to see a full Melfi end field here.
It really depends on his hand. Looks like a lot. Yeah, it's full monsters. Depends on which monsters it drew into. Yeah, here this is the puppy.
Yeah, so obviously Erikas is going to be reading this along with us. So if your opponent normal or specials a monster except during the damage step, quite important sometimes, or if your opponent monster targets this particular card, being Puppy, for an attack, you get to return it to the hand, which is quite a lot of what the Melfi strategy wants to do, and then you get to special summon any level 2 or lower beast monster from the deck directly. However, during your end phase as the Melfi player, you get to special summon this card from hand for free. So you're just going to allow to enter the field of play, and it's exactly what Josh has done here. He's just got 3 Melfi monsters into the field of play right now. And this is where we're going to start probably seeing some reactions of returning monsters to the hand. And that is the card I was talking about.
My.
That interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
Oh, wow.
Very, very
That's
powerful.
huge.
Yeah. Incredible, especially in a format with Genesis where Ash Blossom is a bit more of a premium because of the points allocated to it. It is incredibly powerful to kind of clear a field off. And even give yourself an incredibly strong monster as well, which is what we've seen here. Oh, and there's the other brand new card, Regulus.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a hand is this? Because, yeah, this is something that you don't really see often. Like, when you see monsters in different position, you usually think, yeah, maybe about Lightning Storm not be available. And then it comes this. So it's, yeah, Josh is left with just 2 cards in hand, which, you know, are Melfi monsters. So it will be pretty much a witness in this turn.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this speed up quite a bit, especially when we saw, unfortunately, Joshua did open up all monsters, and none of those were interactions from what we could see, bar maybe some of the Melfi monsters themselves. but I feel that we're going to, especially with Regulus being in the extender, Junior also being an extender as well, we still maintained our normal summon. We're going to be able to go into the Wiccat. The Wiccat, we saw how powerful it was in game number 1, and there is the fist bump straight away from Joshua. He sees the writing on the wall. That interrupted Kaiju Slumber is massive.
Well, what a match this has been. Eric has showed us how powerful his deck is. To be fair, we just see the fairy tale part of the deck, because the Invoke deck we didn't really get the chance to see it. But yeah, 2-0 victory against Joshua Schmidt. You know, like, you know, you have something to be proud of, you know, beating, you know, one of the best duelists in Europe, if not in the world. And then advancing with a 2-0 record. So pretty solid. Pretty solid. It's been very nice to see, you know, this match, and also we hope to see all other different decks, because you know, this was only round 2 so far, and as mentioned, we will be having other 6 rounds for the day. So Dale, thanks so much for being with me, and guys, thanks so much for watching. We will be back soon with more action in round 3 for the EU WCQ Genesys Championship from Brussels. Keep watching.
Welcome back, duelists. We are here for round number 3 of the Genesys event, and I'm going to be joined by the legendary Mike Fatukas.
Welcome everyone back, and I'm so excited to see how Genesys format is going through the latest changes due to the point system and the latest core set. And as we have experienced, we saw Melfi doing pretty good in the hands of Josh, and also in the first round that we experienced one of my favorite decks for this event. It is the Blitzkrieg strategy.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing 2 of the more older standing decks in the Genesys format right now. So we've got Rio on Dark Lord, and then we have Janos on Monarchs. Very interesting here. So the Dark Lords will utilize the strategy of the Power Patrons, not directly all the new Pendulum Monsters, because obviously they are not legal in Genesys. However, the Power Patron spells allow you to search out a Dark Fairy, which is exactly what the Dark Lords want to be, and that's exactly what we're going to see Rio be doing here.
And all this draw power through the Dark Lord strategy, it will generate so much advantage to Rio. And I believe that we have already seen 2 cards that can, find the point to bring Dark Lord into this tournament, meaning that both Herald hand traps like Herald of the Orange Light and Herald of the Green Light are very strong monster effects that can be utilized without having to spend any points into your deck building.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of counteracts the premiums of Ash Blossoms and Infinite Impermanences, and sometimes the Maul Charmies as well. And we're seeing Jehuti resolve here, so such a great start. And this is what I love about the Dark Lord strategy, specifically in Genesys, is that you can't access your Link monsters, because again, they're not legal, but you still get the ability to utilize cards like here. And what we're going to be seeing is we're going to be seeing Rio give his opponent the Golgollet, because then once we try to resolve the Fusion spell card, we're actually going to be able to use the Dark Lord monsters on our opponent's field to create our own Fusion monster. And the other benefit is if you leave them with a monster, such as a face-up token, which we might see here, we may also see cards like Lightning Storm, Infinite Impermanence, those premium cards that could be utilized by Janos, not be anywhere near as effective, because already having that monster on the field stops them being utilized from the hand.
And you already called it, Dark Lord Dance has been activated in order to utilize the tokens to fusion summon into Dark Lord Evening Star. One of those cards that, can I say that Dark Lord have one of the coolest arts in the entire Yu-Gi-Oh's field and decks, because it kinda reminds me one of those nostalgic cards like that also has been released in the latest set. For example, the Sacred Beast and all these cool artwork that remind me of the core childhood memories.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting actually to see if Rio, obviously it looks like they've stuck towards the Power Patron approach, but you mentioned Sacred Beast. I think Sacred Beast could actually be utilised in this, and you could turn the Dark Lords themselves into a bit more of an aggressive rank 10 approach. But we're going to be seeing just giving a cap on what's happened. We've had Ghost Ogre be activated on the Dark Lord Morningstar, sorry, and that was then destroyed, but we still were able to set 1 trap and 1 spell from the Dark Lord lineup. We're going to activate the Contact to bring it back into rotation, and that's quite important because this is one of the Dark Lords that has the effect to pay 1,000 life points, and then you replicate one of the effects of a Dark Lord spell or trap in the graveyard without applying its cost. And a good old classic Lightsworn monster here being Minerva. Looks like we're going to be seeing Rio trying to send some cards from the deck to grave. I will be surprised if we see many Lightsworns here, but being able to get some Dark Lords
Wolf maybe?
that would be very like that additional draw. There we go, Ix-Chill, super duper polarization, and the Herald of the Orange Light. So no draws unfortunately, but I can't imagine that's exactly what Rio was trying to achieve at that point there.
So what do you believe it was the point to bring Minerva here? Meaning that Dark Lord can trigger when they hit the graveyard, right?
Yeah.
And it was quite unfortunate that, for example, a Cool Gullet hadn't hit the graveyard from the effect of Minerva, for example.
Yeah, that would have been really good, because then that gives you another direct search for any Dark Lord card. And I think it's very important with Dark Lords that when you try and end your field, you want to try and end your field with multiple Dark Lords that can pay that 1,000 life points to replicate, which is exactly what we're seeing here with Ix-Chill entering the field of play. and that's going to allow Rio to replicate one of the cards in the graveyard. Even though the Dark Lord cards themselves can only be activated, or the spells and traps can only be activated once per turn, when you replicate their effects, you're not activating those cards, you're just applying those effects. And it looks like we're going for the Sanctified Dark Lord, which will be a target negation, and that's going to give Rio a little bit more in addition to the trap card that he's already set, which I believe was Rebellion, which is a non-target destruction, backed up by, as you've already mentioned, those Herald cards. This is looking quite interesting for Janos. But
however, we play against Monarch, and we
Yeah.
have already given a monster, right?
I was about to say the exact same thing. We've actually helped our opponent out here. I wonder if Rio
He just realized it.
Yeah. I mean, because usually when you see no extra deck, you kind of have the assumption that it might be Monarch, but sometimes you get so caught up in your own plays, you don't even look and notice that the extra deck's not there for them. And it looks like we are going to be revealing the Urbus, grabbing ourselves, using Tenacity, and this is going to get us a bit of advantage here as well. And I believe Rio might be considering using Herald of the Green Light. No, it looks like we're resolving here.
So we go for Pandemonium here, probably, or Stormforth.
I love Stormforth as a card. I think it's such an incredibly powerful card for Monarchs. I wonder if Janos expects the Herald of the Green Light, because sometimes you can forget cards exist in the game when you don't see them for a long time. You're like, oh, didn't even consider Heralds. But then we saw Rio put one of the Herald of the Orange Lights in the graveyard through Minerva, and straight away that might let you go, oh, okay, they exist. But green is something that very rarely is sometimes considered as well.
Yeah, just to be fair, when you enter an event like Genesys Championship, and you see against Furry, for example, you kind of expect your opponent to utilize both Herald and green, orange and green Heralds. However, as you said, when you play, sometimes you forget for center cards, and since we have only revealed orange Herald of the Orange Light in the graveyard, Janos may forget about, as we mentioned, Herald of the Green Light that will be activated immediately to the Stormforth.
Yeah, so this is something that you want to try and do as a Dark Lord player as well. Is you want to make sure that the Dark Lord Morningstar is put into the graveyard, because when you replicate the dance, it will banish them from the graveyard. So you want to get like the double use. You want to use it as that discard kind of outlet, but then you also want to use it as the fusion material. So you try and make sure that you don't banish it from the hand directly. And I think that's what we're seeing here. And then we're also going to be getting, I believe it's Scheming of the Monarchs. More of the more recent card additions to the Monarch strategies are all really good as well.
And what are we sending? And finally we find access to one of the most famous Monarch cards, Pantheism of the Monarchs. So we can banish this card from the graveyard, reveal 3 Monarch spell trap from the deck, and our opponent chooses 1 card to add to the hand. However, if we reveal the same 3 copies, Rio will need to eventually just give 1 copy to Janos.
Yeah.
And this is the case. We reveal the 3 same copies, and Rio is just playing with Janos. He was trying to decide which copy he will provide.
Yeah, so grabbing hold of the Monarch's Revolt. Again, all the new cards are really good because it started to address some of the consistency issues that Monarchs had. And now you've got more ways of being able to get either your lower tribute requirement Monarchs that are 2,400 and 1,000 defense, or you can start getting your Squires, which are actually really important to get you ticking. But there is still that Golgolet. That Golgolet could actually be more important than any of the Monarchs we can search here, in the sense of just having that free tribute fodder on the field could be massively invaluable.
And right now we are revealing 3 monsters with different names. We are not required to showcase 3 monsters with different names. We can also showcase 3 with the same name, but what's Janos, I think that he's doing right now, and I want to talk about the mini-mind game. Like, if you don't have 3 copies of the card that you want to add to the hand, it is better to not showcase, for example, 2 copies and 1 other card, but rather have unique copies of cards showcased, so Rio doesn't know eventually which copy you want to add eventually to the hand.
Yeah, good approach. It looks like Rio's going to be giving Telesia the Primal Squire. So this is one of the more recent ones that we received as well. It's actually a really good extension card as well.
Yes, this is one of those cards that bring Monarch quite to the modern way of playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So you can reveal 1 Monarch spell trap in the hand, special summon this card from your hand. During your main phase, you can immediately after this effect to resolve, tribute summon 1 monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon 1 monster with 800 attack and 1000 defense from your deck. Also, you cannot special summon from the extra deck for the rest of this turn, but obviously we don't have an extra deck, so this is not quite a downside of the card.
Yeah, I feel that Rio's approach here was probably to stop Janos where it's all possible get into a bigger Monarch. We already know that there is the Erebus in the hand, so we've destroyed the Gold Gullet that we gave Janos previously. We've then replaced the Dark Lord we discarded for the Rebellion, and we still maintain that Rebellion effect in the grave. So if Rio wants to constantly keep Janos off of monsters on the field, maintain that resource, we can do that quite easily.
And we still have the Herald of the Orange Light in the hand, right?
Yeah, so that's why it was very important to get rid of the Gold Gullet, because we had to replace the discard in the hand for the Herald that's going to be required. So we do have a couple of trade-offs here. So there's 2 cards in the hand. I suppose it's just now a bit of a game of maths of do we negate, and it looks like we know both the cards in the hand. So at the moment, the Telesia will give the summon, but you still need, well, you kind of still need 2 for the Erebus, but the Erebus can reveal to, if you get the field spell, which is the most costliest point in Monarchs as well, 50 points apiece for the
domain, right?
Yeah. So I think Rio's in a good position here that if we can limit the 2 monsters entered in the field of play, the Erebus never enters the field of play itself, and we should be able to do that with 1 Rebellion plus the activation of the Herald of the Orange Light as well.
So your game plan will be to just get rid of the 2 extra deck monsters and just activate domain and try to lock your opponent, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And I wonder if Rio has already read through this line and is trying to prevent from such an event.
Yeah.
And finally, Herald of the Orange Line will be activated, and I think that's game.
Yeah, very well piloted there from Rio. Was able to kind of really limit Janos's field presence, and Janos tried very, very hard on that one as well. There was a lot of very good intricate pieces that were utilised. One of Stormforth trying to get a bit of an advantage by using Rio's monsters instead. Rio kind of really held his own there, held back the green light at the right time, orange light at the right time as well. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see what is going to be coming in here. I wonder what it's like, because Dark Lords and Monarchs are decks that have been in Genesis for a while now, and they've kind of like circled the edges. They've not been decks that have dominated the meta or anything along those lines, but they've always been a fairly consistent feature. And a lot of players that we've seen recently in the past previous rounds have jumped on or presented with the new decks that we've received in Chaos Origins. So I wonder if Monarchs were a consideration at the back of Rio's mind, and if Dark Lords were at the back of Janos's mind here on this one. It'll be very interesting to see which side pieces we bring in to give us the advantage for Game 2.
What would you play if you was attending the event?
Good question. I mean, I do love Dark Lords. I love the strategy, and as you previously mentioned, the artwork of them is very, very fun. But I'm also, I was saying this with Alberto previously, I'm also very partial to Sacred Beast. So maybe, just to be very, very creative, to see how far I could get with Sacred Beast Dark Lords could be very fun.
I mean, imagine winning game with Uriah on Raviel, right?
I think the Fusion monster is incredible as well. Like 5k monster that can negate 3 times. Yeah, it's so. I do really love the new cards, but yeah, just even GX kind of theme as well is very, very fun.
I like Blitzkrieg, to be honest.
Yes.
I mean, it's quite an option also for the TCG Advanced format, but in the Genesis especially, I really like the fact that it's such a good strategy going first, but going second, it is one of those decks that really can adapt to any field.
If you had to pick one, like, so a lot of people go to Wesker. Wesker's kind of like their go-to. That's my favorite Blitzkrieg. I quite like the idea of Crackle. Do you have like one that you're like, oh, that's a...
I will be quite basic and say Search, to be honest.
Can't go wrong with a good old-fashioned Stratos-esque card that really works.
And destroys the monster.
Yeah, as if you wanted to upgrade Stratos a little bit more.
What more to add, right?
Yeah, I'm excited to see more Blitzkrieg this weekend, whether it be on Genesys or Advanced, as you mentioned as well. That would be a very interesting strategy to see. But I can imagine Janos is going to go first here, so it'll be quite interesting to see with Rio what we get.
My only problem with Monarchs, it is that it's obviously depending on the domain, right? If domain hits the field, it is one of those cards that can really provide trouble to the opponent. However, as we have experienced in the Genesis format, players really like to side cards like Cosmic Cyclone or Twin Twister, and I would like to see how Janos has prepared for this event and how has find ways to protect the domain.
Yeah, so using Tenacity right away, going to be revealing the lower level, the 2,400 and 1,000 defense Urbis on this one. Kind of a good approach. This was another one of the new cards which really did ramp up everything. Eidos, sorry, not Urbis. Eidos, the Underworld Monarch. So on normal special, you get to add a Monarch spell or trap from the deck, or a monster with 2,800 and 1,000 defense. So straight away, that is how you're going to get access to a card as premium as Domain of the Monarchs, currently being 50 points on Genesis. And also using Pantheism here, discarding the card to draw 2 fresh new cards as well. And that is possibly one of the first side cards coming into the deck on this one from Janos. So this is one of the, again, another one of the good old-fashioned Monarch cards that very rarely saw play, but did used to dip in and out of formats as well, which is quite nice.
Pantheism feels like a card that has recently released. However, it was released a decade ago, right?
You make me feel old now.
All of us.
I remember the structure decks of Monarchs. They were great. And then how the Monarchs... What I loved about the Monarchs is how it evolved as well. Is it went from domain control Monarchs, but then it also started to open up to extra deck Monarchs. And that was something that was so kind of crazy to consider, that a deck that was based off of not having an extra deck started to use an extra deck. And it performed just as well, if not better, than the control version. And it was nice to see this deck shift between aggressive and defensive very, very easily.
And I mean, this is one of the things that I really love about Yu-Gi-Oh! It's that a deck can potentially be released to the public for a specific reason, but find a way to evolve, right? For example, a Monarch has, you mentioned, a deck that when you read the cards, you understand that you have not a way to play the extra deck, since you want to always have the domain on the field. However, it finds a way to utilize extra deck monsters and bring some light with Caius. The OG Caius hits the field. And the applause from Rio and from anyone, I think, that watches the stream right now. Yeah. It's such an iconic move, right?
Yeah, the fact that it bridges itself into time as well, it's just an ageless Monarch that honestly constantly keeps showing it. And Rio there just kind of reading the 2 additional Monarchs that are in the graveyard now. Does look like Janos has gone through, I believe he's got like one or 2 cards left in hand, and Rio has already traded off the Herald of the Green Light on this one as well.
I mean, Thessalos also could be potentially good here.
That could be very, very prominent.
Can I say that, obviously, Caius, it is one of the most iconic Monarch monsters, but I always loved SHUEISHA. I don't know why. I really like the effects that you could utilize the draw of your opponents in the next turn.
Yeah, that kind of...
and Skullmeister. But we are only with 2 cards left in the hand.
Yeah.
And I think you mentioned that Rio really starts to lose resources, and Darkroot, it is one of those decks that, in order to pop off, needs some cards in the hand. You cannot utilize all the resources and stay, because their combos, it's not quite 1-card combos. They require some extra discards, for example.
Yeah, specifically without the link monsters as well. That kind of limits how powerful Jehuti can be. And I think just having a glimpse in Rio's hand, it looked like there was a Dark Lord contact there, which is probably one of the best ones you can get as a starter. But as you already mentioned, it also looks like a Dark Lord dance. So, yeah, Rio's definitely not going to be activating anything more during Janos' turn. So it's now going to be down on Janos to see how much pressure he can put on his field. And it does look like we are building up quite a lot of steam here, getting the Prime Monarch in the graveyard. Again, another card that has been utilised since the structure decks came back way back when. Looks like we're setting one card that has been guaranteed, and now we are going to possibly pass here over to Rio. He's just checking if there's anything in the graveyard there to be utilised, which I don't think there is. I believe it was a Nasten in the graveyard, which isn't bad. And we're starting off with the Banishment. Very, very good card on this one, so it allows you to search any Dark Lord card from the deck to the hand. I wonder if he goes Ixchil for the draws, or if he goes Jehuti for the guaranteed summon, depending on what he might fear.
To get Ixchil, discard the dance and pray that you draw something good, right?
Which is a bit risky, but it also depends on what Rio drew for turn as well. If he's able to hold on to that dance can still be quite useful if it was a Nasten that was discarded, because that dance then becomes the Fusion Monster, which is still very, very powerful for the strategy as well, giving you access to the Evening Star.
I think in this scenario, you need to go for Ixchil and pray for some 2 good draws, right? I mean, Rio is definitely debating between these, if I can tell from his body language, but Dance, you cannot afford to wait for such long.
Yeah, so it looks like it's Herald of the Orange Light, which kind of confirms the dilemma a little bit more here, because if the Ixchil does not yield you anything, you're probably going to be going into game 3. And he's going to go for the Golgollet. Ooh, okay. That's interesting. We're going to use the dance.
And in order to... Yeah, because we are utilizing a Dark Lord Fusion.
Yeah.
And we also can banish from the graveyard. And Evening Star will be summoned.
Yeah, so with Evening Star resolving here, we're going to get a Rebellion, and we're probably going to get a contact on this one. And then this is where the resource can really ramp up from Rio, because now Rio has the ability to... it won't be able to use contact yet because there's no Dark Lords in the graveyard, but he can use Evening Star to try and replicate. And it looks like we use Twin Twisters. Wow, okay.
And I think that's a game.
Very good. Is there anything... Yeah, because so Janos still has Prime Monarch, and he'll still get the recursion, there we go, of Eidos. So we're going to replicate the Banishment, which is going to get us a search. What do we go for here? Just hold on to the... I would probably go for maybe a Golgollet, and then you hold on to the Golgollet. You use your Evening Star to deal with the Eidos. Prime Monarch probably comes back to the field, so that Janos has that resource that he needs. And then you've still got the Rebellion set up, you've still got the Contact set up. Okay, we're going to go for your Jehuti. This is also another good start as well. Also kind of comes down to what he sided out. Knowing that you're going second, maybe you side out some of the cards you would normally... So he's eyeing up the Indulged. Is he going to give his opponent the Golgollet again?
And in the end, Twin Twister, it may have obviously interrupted with Rio, but at the end we still have the Evening Star.
Yeah.
In order to utilize any card that was destroyed and sent to the graveyard.
Rank 4?
Minerva again? Yes.
Yeah. What are we trying to... I'm curious as to what we want to try and hit here, because you've already utilized Golgollet. No, we haven't used Golgollet yet. But we've only got one left in the deck. Minerva and Hope. But we're still in a good position here. Oh, okay. Not the ideal ones you want to see, but it did send a Contact. Banishment, and the Banishment can be utilized.
Yes, and in the end we just give more resources for Evening Star to have.
Yeah.
If we can find another trap, for example.
Okay.
We will attack.
Yeah, Golgollet's going to get the search. Interesting how it's kind of swung back the advantage now to Rio. So Rio getting the Morning Star, which is going to attempt to set up the first of the Dark Lords during his opponent's turn, which is actually quite good because it will clear off all the monsters that Janos has. So I think they're just kind of confirming what's been done here. We've already used Even Star, so we can't replicate again. And I think they're just confirming the 1,000 life points that have been used. It's also up by an additional 1,000 as well because of Dance. Dance gives it an additional 1,000, which is quite good actually, because it turns your first Dark Lord into a 5,000 attack monster and your Even Star into a 4,000 attack monster, which is a lot harder for the Monarchs to deal with.
And do you have any card in hand from Janos' side?
Nothing left in Janos' side, so he has Prime in the graveyard.
Only in the graveyard and resource, right?
Correct, yeah. We're drawing 2 off of Ixchil.
And we have Herald to deal.
Yeah. We're going to use Jehuti, so this is going to allow us to recycle one of our Dark Lord cards. We're going to go for Contact. It looks like Rio's going not for game here, but he's trying to set up a field that just will not be pushed through easily. So we're getting back the Ixchil. Ixchil can now pay 1,000 life points to replicate. I'm trying to think if there's any cards in there he would want to replicate. Maybe the Banishment again to get an additional search, but maybe we just hold off.
We didn't activate the effect of Fixel in the first place, right?
Not in the first place. We've used the Shield to discard because we added it off of Indulged Dark Lord when we gave our opponent the Gulgullet. And it looks like Rio's going to try and pass this across now, and we're going to see the Prime Monarch resolve, getting that monster onto the field. And then the Prime Monarch just gives you that tribute fodder that you need. It's also kind of a nice defensive wall as well sometimes.
This is one of those cards that really keep coming back and back and back, and you find a very hard time to deal with.
Okay, so we're drawing for turn on this one. Oh, okay. I think it's E for the Heavenly Monarch. It's the bigger Monarch that you kind of want. It just kind of comes down to if we can get another monster onto the field, and I can't remember what exactly is in the graveyard there. It looks like there is 2 of the Squires, which actually isn't so bad, I don't believe. Just have a look at which ones we've got. So, while Eidos is in the graveyard, you get to add this card to the hand or special summon it if you tribute a monster with 2,400 attack. But then the Squire, if it's sent to the graveyard, which it won't be. Yeah, so I don't think the Squire is going to be coming back. I don't think there's another monster that can come back. I think it is.
And we just passed, yeah.
Okay.
I think right now Rio has everything that he wants in the hand already, meaning that you just keep Herald with a potential discard, so there is nothing in the hand yet you can be scared of, and you just need to deal with the Prime that will potentially come back to prevent an attack.
Yeah. I think that's exactly what we're going to see here. As long as you can make your Even Star resolve and do direct damage, that should probably be game here. But we're going to go for the Ixchil to draw for 2 more.
I mean, it's free, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Why not?
Oh, super duper polymerization and a Ghost Ogre. Not that that's going to be doing exact amounts now, but we're going to use Jehuti to grab back the Contact. Contact will possibly be utilized to special summon back a Dark Lord monster, but it only special summons back to defense, which is quite important, unless Rio's going to overlay both those Ixchils into a rank 10.
I think that it's already game, since Prime can also come back, but we still have the effect of Evening Star with all the targets in the graveyard that we can utilize them. For example, Rebellion.
So Rebellion's just been put back for Ixchil already, because we just used that to get rid of the Prime Monarch the first time. But you are right, we can go into the first Dark Lords to try and destroy the Prime again. So we're going to attack with Ixchil. I suppose with Janos though, is he takes the Ixchil, he takes the Minerva, and then on the Morningstar you bring back the Prime to take that last hit. And I think there's 2 more Monarch spells in the graveyard. Or is he just doing the maths on this one? 2, 5, 2... What's Minerva? Is Minerva 2, 4?
I remember 2-5, but
2-5. 2K.
2K?
Yeah, 2K. So at the moment 4,500, and then you bring back the Prime. The Prime eats the 4,000 off of the back of the Even Star.
We will activate the effect. Yes.
Replicate the dance. Yeah.
quite easy to destroy monster when we can fusion summon one more, right?
Yeah, but he has to use Morningstar. There's a Morningstar in the graveyard. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, so you'd bring that back. That's going to be it's 5,000 or 6,000 attack itself. Just attack, and then that's going to be it. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's game.
Very well piloted there from Rio. You can see the power of the Herald cards now. The fact that they are premium hand interactions, I like the fact that they can only be utilized in fairy decks. I think that makes them very limited, which is quite good. But they are just very, very powerful for the Dark Lord strategy. And then Janos tried to navigate the best they could with the Monarchs themselves, but unfortunately just fell a little bit short. The Herald of the Green Light probably being one of the MVPs of this duel right here. But congratulations to Rio. We've seen him in the UK Opens as well. He was at the UK Open Genesis event, and I believe he got top 4 of that one with Dark Lords as well, and has done incredibly well.
And I mean, Dark Lord is one of those decks that can, as you just mentioned, utilize both green and orange Herald of the green and orange light, and it is one of those scenarios that you really want to bring those strategies into Genesis, having cards like Psycream, Gamma or Delta with a different approach, if we can say, a more fairy approach, and bring them back to the game. But I think this is it for now, and we will be back shortly with more Genesis action. and welcome back. Hello everyone and welcome back to another round of Genesys. We are currently in round 4 of Genesys Championship, and I'm quite curious how the event is going to further and how players will approach this event.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have seen a lot of different decks. It's been nice, especially because, as we mentioned, there's a lot of different strategies. But especially because here, with the amount of the variety of decks that our duelist can play, in the Genesys format, is always nice to see what they have for us. But for the next future match, once again a different match, because on one hand we have Max playing Shadows, so one of those decks that we may be familiar with, especially because the deck has been there in the advanced format of TCG for a long time.
And dueling World Championship
as well.
25, you remember?
As well. I think we were together. Yes, I remember it. It was very nice. And on the other hand, there's Luna with Eka hands, which it's on the other hand, they're both fusion-based decks on one hand. So it's very interesting to see how this matchup will look like. But what I'm thinking is, it's if you're playing Shadow and you're up against a deck that relies a lot on the extra deck, fusion summons as well, Shadow Fusion gets so much advantage that it can play a huge role in this kind of matchup, right? So it will be very interesting to see, especially the approach of our duelists to this deck. And as mentioned, it's always a matter of how many points are going to be used between between your deck. But I feel like in general it's going to be very interesting, especially because the Heka hands cards, sometimes time again we tend to see them. There's of course one of the best ones, which is the Heka hands Goros, and which is usually a 3-off, and then of course there's also the Gaigas and the Yadel. Deck is interesting. Sometimes is playing with Mulcharmers as well, the King of the Swamp. And there's also cards such as the Gazelle, King of the Mythical Claws. It's a nice mix, I think. It's one of those decks that you can really have fun with, and I would really want to see, honestly, especially Max's approach with the Shadow deck, which may be not super represented, but he has some very interesting cards. There's also a new continuous spell card, which we will hopefully get the chance to see in action soon. And yeah, I think our duelist may have already rolled, and we will soon find out who goes first.
And Shadow Suite is one of those decks that can afford to go first or second, depending on if they play against a deck that utilizes a lot of extra deck, as you mentioned. And it is one of those scenarios that we will experience, I believe, Max go first, and we will start with alternate art of a branded card, I would say, the deployment, and Fugals will be instantly activated. But if I can recall correctly, we can also add the monster, right?
Yeah, because
the Albaz or the Cartesia.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Because here it says from your hand deck, one of them.
No, you
special summon.
Yeah,
no, you have
the opening
summon.
is the one
exactly.
that you can also add.
Special summon.
Yeah.
Oh, and here's the Mathematician. I think a card that we haven't seen in years, honestly. It's I think it's the OG method to send cards to the graveyard, and this was essentially when in 2014 the deck was released, and yeah, it's very nice to see this. It's especially something that could find an alternative way, especially because now it got to send the Shadow Grista to the graveyard, and then got to fusion summon something that we have seen maybe sometime, the Shadow Mesarcher.
Yeah, it's not more like sending fells, right?
Yeah, it's not the same thing, I would say. It's a nice way, honestly, to build the deck. It's very solid fusion monster, unaffected by your opponent's spell and trapped effects. And also, activated effects of your opponent's monster's original level and ranks is lower than this card's level, so pretty interesting.
And we can actually activate the effects to add, and we activated another new addition to the Shadow strategy.
Yeah, exactly. This is the Lev Shadow Fusion. The card we mentioned before is the continuous spell, and essentially when it's activated, you get to send one fusion monster from the extra deck to the graveyard, and then you can tribute one fusion monster to special summon one Shadow fusion monster with a different attribute from your extra deck. So, pretty interesting.
Do you believe that eventually we will go for Schism under Fugalos, especially?
Yeah, I mean, I always feel like the Schism is super strong. You also have access to your extra deck very easily. But the Schism in general is one of these trap cards that gives you protection. So it's very important to have it online and to interact your opponent.
However, we went for more originally way to Fusion Summon. We take the core and El Sador Fusion, so which is a quick play. And I'm curious to see how we are going to establish a field under the Fugalos, providing minimum draws. So we went for Wendy, and I feel like Sadol is one of those decks that keep generating a very strong support, right? Wendy, when she was released, provided the deck with so many new ways to play the deck, and right now we can see...
Look at this.
Set 4 pass.
What an opener from Max. Because the nice thing about the deck is that it generates a lot of pluses, right? Every single card that you get to send to the graveyard essentially searches you. You can draw a card, you can destroy something else on your opponent's side of the field. But you also have consistency, because every single card generates engine.
And I think that it is safe to imagine that two of the set cards, it is Shadow Core and El Shadow Fusion. And if I was Luna, I would probably think that another set will be probably Schism, because if you play against Shadow, it is one of those cards that will definitely try to search, and since Max didn't search it, you can understand that he probably hard to draw it, and I think that if Winda hits the field, it might be quite interesting.
And here he goes for the Mirror Sword Knight. So to start things off with, essentially you can tribute the card to special summon one monster from deck that mentions Chimera. So this is essentially how the deck plays. It's Eka hands because it has Eka hands cards in the deck, but there's also Chimera cards, which is why the deck is a fusion-based deck, which is very interesting. But here, is it a Forbidden Chalice? Yes, that was a Forbidden Chalice, to which the Chimera Fusion has been changed.
And I think with an alternate art, right, with the latest set.
Beautiful. That is beautiful, and you know, it's also like nice that the Chimera Fusion was in Luna's hand, because now it will essentially let her search from the deck.
So since Chalice was activated to negate the effect of Chimera, and Chimera Fusion activated in response to Chalice, the monster will not longer be on the field, so the effect will resolve probably. So we're trying to figure out what fusion monster we will bring, but I think it will be directly one of those Chimera Fusion monsters. We probably go for Chimera Delusion Beast, I believe, if I saw correctly the materials. We're still debating, but no, instead we went for another approach, since we are not required to Fusion Summon, for example, an Illusion Monster, and we went for Guardian Chimera. So Guardian Chimera, when it has to be special summoned from the effects of a spell card, it can activate the effect to destroy cards and draw equally, depending on the cards that you have utilized. If you utilized monster and you need to utilize a monster from the field and from the hand. So, as we saw, Luna utilized one monster from the field and two monsters from the hand, resulting in that he can destroy one card on the field and also can draw two additional cards.
Pretty interesting here, especially because with such an opera from Max, it's sometimes you just gotta feel like, oh, this is maybe too much to overcome. But at the end of the day, it's that's a very good hand here from Luna, especially because she's showcasing the power of the deck. It's gonna be now, getting rid of Max's two sets and remaining only with one, which maybe we got to see that it was a trap card, but not sure what there was.
So Luna is in a quite a good spot right now, and I believe that Max, if he had the Schism right now, he would already utilize it. So maybe the set card, it's not a Schism. And we can see that Max is quite frustrated, and he still has the Cortesia to Fusion Summon. We could have already brought back Winter, to be honest. How many points?
It depends.
Yeah,
it depends.
points.
Yeah, it depends on how you essentially build your deck. Because I think it's quite expensive. If
You cannot afford to play Winter, right?
That's the thing. Like Winter is super powerful, but it used to be I think 60. Not sure if it's still 60, but it's quite likely. So there's one of the main reasons why sometimes you cannot really afford to play the card, although it's just great. So.
And Book of Eclipse has been activated for the monsters to be changed to face down defense position. However, we can still see that the newest fusion, the Shadow Messenger, has not changed since it is unaffected. It's quite odd to see Shadow without Winter, right?
Yeah, because I feel like the deck has a lot of consistency in general. It has a lot of easy access to fusion summons, but seeing the deck without Winda is for sure weird, because Winda has always been one of, if not the key card of the deck, preventing your opponent to special summon more monsters. But of course you have to find alternative ways, for sure.
And I mean, at the end of the day, this is the beautiful thing about Genesys, is that you need to utilize different cards from and strategies from what will be utilized in the TCG Advanced, for example. Right?
Exactly. And here it comes the Ekahens Jauza, I hope I pronounce it correctly, which it's essentially it requires a Ekahens monster and an illusion monster. And if this card battles a monster, neither can be destroyed by the battle, so it's very good. And here I think there's been a misstep here, which has been, I think it's been catched by our judges.
Yeah, and the good thing is that it is easily it can be easily rewind, and so no game loss will be needed, because we can just set back again the Heka hand and we are good to go again. and I'm currently seeing what Max can bring to the table, since he had established a very strong field with 4 set and Cartesia and this Adol Merchant. However, we can still see that Luna could potentially play around that field and trying to push through such a field and trying to establish a very strong Heka hand field and potentially go for game, but I think it might not be the case.
Yeah.
But you definitely need to deal with the face down so you don't provide any draws to Max.
Here goes with the hidden Eka hands. So essentially when you activate the card, you can also send another card to control the graveyard to add 1 Eka hands monsters from the deck to the hand. Then if you send another card to the graveyard activation, you can set 1 Eka hand spell trap from your deck, which is exactly what is going to happen. Setting the trap card, the Yadal Eka hands, which is essentially a counter trap card. So essentially when your opponent activates a spell trap card, while you control a Heka hand monster, you can evade the activation if you destroy the card. So very, very powerful. Gotta love the way Luna here is navigating Max's field, card by card. Very back and forth match, and here comes another Chimera Fusion.
So watching all day Genesis and having this opportunity to get cast this event, we can definitely agree on that all Genesis matches are very back and forth, right?
Yeah, they're super close match. There's a lot of different disruptions. There's really what we really like is the variety, in the meta game. That's why it's really nice to see such decks in actions. And so far over the last 4 future matches that we have, it's always been different decks, which is great. And again, here we are 15 minutes in this first game 1, and this is only turn 2 of the match. So it's there's a lot of different cards happening at the same moment. But it's also really nice to see how our duelists prepare for the event, because at the end of the day, it can be possible, of course, that you may not be super familiar with the entire card pool, especially because there's a lot of fantasy as well that plays a huge role in Genesis. And let's see now here how Luna continues this. And yeah, I mean, the good thing about playing a fusion deck is that you don't really need your monsters to be face up to fusion summon. So that's great.
How do you like the option of Book of Eclipse in the main deck from Luna's side?
I think it's a good card. I think we saw the card being played in the main deck also in other future matches. I think it's a solid choice. In general, I feel like it's one of those generic cards that can be played without any problems in the main deck, and then you can essentially change them depending on the type of matchup you're up against. And you can essentially also side them out to side in cards, I don't know, depending on the matchup, such as Cosmic Cyclone, which we've seen is very popular. Can also be, I don't know, Twin Twister.
Cosmic Cyclone.
Exactly. It's a lot of them, so it's a lot of different cards. But yeah, I mean, again, as we mentioned at the beginning, it could have been that Max had a little bit of advantage in this kind of matchup just because he also plays Shadow Fusion. But although he went first and with 4 back row, here Luna, I think, made a good job with 2 set cards, and now I think play is passed back to Max, which is going to get a draw in the end phase, because the Book of Eclipse is resolving now, and is gonna put face up the Racial Wendy Kuruhu. That's right.
Yeah, it is one of those newest additions to the deck, since, as we have already mentioned a couple of times, Shadol has received a lot of newest support, and it's quite interesting that in this scenario that Book of Eclipse has been activated, the effect can potentially bring back so many back and forth in the game, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So many interactions, since Luna has already 2 set monsters, and we can utilize them to activate the effect of Resettle Wendy Kurku. But at the time we will activate, for me, I will try to say that left saddle might be the best saddle card right now. Yeah,
Think
even
so?
from Saddle Fusion, yeah.
Oh, even more than Shadow
Yeah.
Fusion. Okay.
Hot take, I know.
Well, I mean, the card's effect itself is great, honestly. And I think playing it along with the Shadow Fusion, of course, gives you a lot of consistency. I think it's one of those cards that you really want to open up as soon as possible. And then, of course, as we mentioned, you know, it really gets your engine going, you know.
Speaking though, for iconic saddle cards, El Saddle Consang has been summoned into the field, and I think it is one of those scenarios that when you see such a unique card, you need to admire. And before, when I had the opportunity to cast previous round with Dale, we actually saw a Caius being summoned, bringing so much memory back.
It brings so many memories. Honestly, it's great to be seeing such decks in action. We told them. I think it really depends on the variety, on how you really want to approach such event. Especially because when you have such a choice, it's different and also difficult to understand which deck is the best deck. You know. We said that at the beginning of the tournament, for sure. To us, Blitzkrieg looks like the deck to beat this weekend, especially because, you know, thanks to Chaos Origin, of course, it took, you know, a lot of advantage. But it's also nice to see how those decks perform and you know, interact. But and you can tell that like both of our duelists are undefeated at the moment, but Max really needs to see and check his opponent's cards, because as mentioned, it's just really that's why Genesys is great from this point of view, because it's just really up to you, just trying to understand how to use the available points to build up your deck. And then at the end of the day, if you have such a solid deck, of course you have your chances. That's what the deck and that's what the game is about. So it's really nice to see both of these decks in action and different interruptions as well.
And I love how Heka hands have, you know, find a way to, with Chimera, to play around, and I believe it is one of those scenarios that Performance, the mythical king of Phantom Beast, brings, but also very, you know, great memories from our childhood. And it feels like all the tournament today, it is bringing back and back and back memories with the newest release of the latest set of Chaos Origin that has, you know, bring back to the light cards like Chaos Sorcerer and Black Laser Soldier, right?
No, exactly, because I mean it's Shadow has been, you know, in the advanced format. It's been released in 2014, so it's like 12 years. Can you imagine? It's a lifetime ago, you know. But the deck is still super valid in Genesys. The deck has a lot of options. There's a lot of different ways to play the deck, and Max is showing us that, of course, the deck is also resilient. We saw that Luna really tried, you know, to come back into this, and had a lot of different options. The Eka hands is mixed up with Chimera cards, which is very cool to see. But at the end of the day, as you mentioned, I think it's also sometimes a matter of playing what you really feel is the deck that suits you well. And if you're familiar with the deck, if you've played it also in the past, and then you adjust it, of course, not having Winda, it's a big deal, you know. Winda is totally a big deal, but as we mentioned, there's also to be considered that it costs a lot of points.
Yeah, you can afford to build a deck around it and try to turbo summon it, but I don't think that it eventually was all this trouble. I believe it is one of those scenarios that you just prefer not to add it to your list and go for another options as we experienced. And I wonder now if Leona will decide to go first or second, to be honest, because obviously going first is a very valid strategy. However, going first against Ado, you don't fear about the subtle fusion?
That's the exact thing, because back then the deck has always been scared because of the shuttle fusion, right? It was also nice to see, in the mirror matches, you essentially tribute the construct to set the shuttle beast, you get back the shuttle fusion, then you pass to your opponent. Here is completely different, just because I really feel like that playing shuttles, and especially with the newest addition, the left shuttle fusion, the deck was already consistent, but you gave a little bit more of consistency as well to the deck, and having the feeling that most of the deck but Blitzkrieg use the extra deck, this can be super scary, because essentially as soon as you have a monster that is being special summoned from the extra deck, you have a free fusion summon, and then you get to set other names to the graveyard, which means that at the end of the day you get to send the Squamata, which gets to send another monster, and then you can either draw with the Shuttle Beast, then you have the Shuttle Falcon case that you can just revive it back, the Shuttle Hedgehog to search another monster. You have so many different options that at the end of the day the deck, can really put in the work. So it could be very interesting to see it in action. But on the other hand, also I'm a fan of the Chimera deck, because it's mixed with Heka Hands. We saw a bit of Heka Hands as well, which I'm happy of. But the Chimera in general, it's a nice deck, I feel like.
Generally speaking, when you bring such a strategy in Genesys Championship, you expect to utilize all the fusion monsters that Chimera brings to the table with quite a few points, to be fair, and you can try to establish the negations that provided from the Chimera strategy, and then utilize the Heka Hands to push for further interactions with the opponent. Right now, speaking about the Heka Hands, we found access to them, and now Heka Hands Joa has been summoned. So, must first be either fusion summon or special summon from the extra deck with a building monster you control. For example, that was the case that we, if we can call it contact fusion.
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
So, this is one of those cards that you want to bring to the table in order to try to establish the Heka Hands combos. And now, I think that when we can access eventually our Heka Hand traps, it is one of those scenarios you can see the full potential of the deck.
Yeah.
So I believe that it was Ibal Heka Hands that it was set. It is a very strong counter trap that enables us to negate the monster effect of one opponent monster. And not only negate, but after it is negate the effect, and if you do destroy that monster, then you can special summon the destroyed monster to your field. So it's like also like a mini way to interact with the graveyard also. But yet again, we need to find a way to interact with a potential subtle fusion.
Let's see here. Okay, you got to reveal one.
So the effect is that you can take a look at a random card in the opponent's hand, and the card that was revealed, it was quite interesting. It was one of those cards that I really was expecting to see some play in the TCG Advance also, but never saw an actual play. So it enables you to destroy one card you control and also one card on the field as a quick effect, since it's a quick play spell. However, this gives to Luna all the information that is required to play around certain cards that, for example, if an impermanence has been set, that we will know that Max can play around it by just activating the quick play that it was revealed.
Oh, here it is.
However, Luna, that was unlucky, managed to destroy the card that it was revealed with the effect of the Heka Hand. And Shadow Fusion has been activated, and however it will be directly dealt from Mirror Swordsman. And we talk about how important Shadow Fusion is when we are trying to go second with Shadow. So Mirror Sword Knight has the effect not only to negate.
Here it is.
However, you have a second one, right?
Here there was the Shadow Fusion, which has been negated thanks to the counter trap card, which we talked about before. It's nice to see that the deck has both trap cards, essentially one for monsters effect and the other one for spell and or trap cards.
So we knew, I think, about the Ebal, but we didn't know about the Yaddle. So Yaddle provides the negation of a spell trap, and we get to see the Shadow Fusion resolve. So Ebal will be activated right now, trying to negate the monster effect. Since a card trap, we cannot interact with it. But since the effect was activated in the graveyard, we cannot first to destroy and then to take it in our field, so it stays in the graveyard. We send Ariel, we bring Abkalon in the field, and we can experience how important Shadow Fusion is as a card, providing all these extra layers to the deck when our opponent has a monster from the extra on the field.
Yeah, that's what we mentioned at the beginning. I feel like the card itself is so much powerful, honestly. It just makes so much difference in every single matchup, essentially, just because your opponent will always be having something that being summoned from the extra deck, and the card gives you so much advantage. It's just a lot of +1s. And yeah, in the end, I mean, again, Luna really played it well, but you know, the Shadow Fusion itself just causes a lot of damage, just because, you know, as mentioned, you get to send the Squamata, that gets to send another one, then the Shadow Dragon gets to destroy once a set spell or trap card.
I think it is quite late for that. So we activated the effect of Birth Match to special summon from the graveyard, which has the effect that the spell cards need to be set before being activated, and also has the effect to destroy one set spell on the field. So this is quite unique an effect. It is like a mini anti-spell, if
Yeah.
we can call it. However, I think it is one of those scenarios that you needed to start with it, since Shadow Fusion would probably need it to be set first.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned, it's one of those cards you really have to have on the field immediately, otherwise it would just be a little bit too late.
And it is one of those strategies that it is also utilized in the advanced TCG tournaments that Branded used to actually play as a side deck option. Since Diabels, it is one of those cards that you really want to end on, meaning that it provides so many layers of like a mini log. Elsadol Fusion has activated. It is one of those old strategies to old like us, right?
Yeah.
To
Like
fusion
us.
someone.
Yes, it was nice playing this back then. The deck was fun. Yeah.
I mean, it still is, right?
And if you think about it, actually, now that I'm thinking of it, in 2014 we had the OG Black Luster Soldier, which was limited to one, and now we have 12 years later a different Black Luster Soldier, you know? So it's nice to see how time changes.
With an extended art also.
Yes, as well. Beautiful. Beautiful as well, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the deck, I mean, Chaos Origin itself has brought so much, honestly. It's, whether you're a fan of the advanced format or the Genesis, honestly, it brought so much nostalgia that really, you know, you really want to try and play. That's the thing, you know. There's so much that you can do, and at the same time, it's interesting to see how all of these cards can combine, and you can play different versions. And of course, for Genesis, it's also a matter of understanding how to build your deck within the limit of the 100 points, which is super important. Yes.
And as we have seen a lot of times, Lev Shadow has been activated again, and I think we sent one of the newest strategies, and finally the Schism has been added. That for me it brings so much into the table.
Yeah, the Schism itself is another form of interruption, which is super powerful, especially because, you know, it's always been one of those traps that has been there. It's very strong, honestly. And of course, like as we mentioned, when there was Winda as an available option in the extra deck, of course it will gain even more value. But at the end of the day, I really feel like you can still, you know, force your opponent just to think, okay, he also has another form of interaction, which, you know, doesn't have to be taken for granted. So
as we said before, again, Shadow has been. It is Wendy Kuhu, right?
yeah,
It's quite difficult to pronounce it.
The name, yeah, Wendy Kuruhu.
Wendy Kuruhu.
Yes, not super easy to pronounce, but it's nice because it has a quick effect, so you can change any number of face-up down monsters on the field to face-up different position. Then you can count the number of flip monsters among them and change up to many face-up monsters on the field to face down different position. And then, of course, if the card is sent to the graveyard, you can target one shoulder card in your graveyard to add it to your hand. So it's just another effect on top.
And I think that the set monster is Wendy, I believe, right?
Think so? Yeah.
So we can see the main deck monster and the fusion monster of Wendy being in the table.
Also, something to keep in mind is that there's 14 minutes remaining.
Yes, and if Luna manages to win through this field, it can put some quite a pressure, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's gonna be for sure pressure because, you know, time's approaching, time's running up. Of course, it's still true that you know, Luna has quite a few cards in hand, and on the other side, Max, of course, is still, you know, playing and doing his disruptions. But we mentioned it. It's always a matter of back and forth games. Sometimes it's just, you know, a matter of understanding where and when to give up and concede the game, because, you know, sometimes it's just if you're Max at this point, you kind of know if you may be able to win this one out, or you just tell yourself, okay, maybe I'm gonna go into a game 3, try my chances, and I have around 10 minutes left, you know. So
I mean, we still have the season to activate, but we will prefer a more kind of originally way of fusion summoning in the form of El Sadul fusion. And we utilize 3 monsters, so we can bring the newest addition to the deck, Sadul Mecha Sound.
yeah, also this one for the pronunciations are wanna try? Meshakrer.
Meshakrer.
Meshakrer, I think. Yes. Yeah, pronouncing names is not our, I think, you know, it's not our thing.
Being Greek and Italian doesn't help, right?
Yeah, Greek and Italian doesn't help for sure. But, you know, anyways, it's good that we also got to see this in action, because here, oh, but wait, he could have, I think, also here as well, there was a good catch from our judges. Yeah, who rewind a little bit, because I think he might have used, because the Meshakrer requires a Shadow monster plus a Dark monster plus an Earth monster. So Max really needs to be careful on the monsters being used. So that's why he's maybe thinking and considering options, because now, yeah, essentially, yeah, is understanding. Yeah, that's the thing. So Dark monster, Earth monster, and Shadow monster. So no, that's correct. Yes. Did he? I think he's scoped. Yeah, I think it's good, because I think he realized he didn't have enough.
Yeah, I think you talked about it, that if Max knows that what he has on the field is not enough, he probably needs to concede and to go for game 3, when he can go first eventually and establish a strong field and take this win, because clock is in the spot. We seen all 10 minutes left on the clock, and we definitely want to avoid a potential double elimination, a double match loss.
Yeah. No, that for sure is something that you have to keep in mind. At times running up, we saw that both of our duelists decks require time to combo through and go to their cards and activating the effects. So it's definitely important to understand and keep this in mind. But you know, 10 minutes, so hopefully we will get the chance for our duelists to see a winner, because in case you might have missed it, today we're going to be playing 8 rounds of Swiss, followed by 4 other rounds of Swiss on Sunday, plus Top Cut. So it's
What more to ask than Genesys action, right?
yeah, I mean, it's great to see also some action, you know, for the Genesys side, especially because usually we are just, you know, focused on the advanced format, just seeing, you know, the decks that we'll be playing this weekend. But for sure, the nice thing about the current meta game is Chaos Origin. I think we will be mentioning this tons of time this weekend. It just makes a difference. That's the way it is, you know. So we're gonna be starting now game 3 with Max. And let's see, it goes for there's
Again, El
full
Sadul
monster,
fusion.
and then El Shadow fusion. It's not maybe an ideal opening, so there's
Again, the El Sadul Mecha Sorcerer.
yeah. So there's Beast, and other two names that have been sent to the graveyard
Yeah,
by Max.
Wendy and the newest addition
Yeah.
to the Sadol strategy, Grista.
Yeah.
So we can potentially fusion summon once again, since Grista sent to the graveyard for a card effect, and it provides the effect to fusion summon one Sadol fusion monster from the extra deck by banishing its material from hand, field, and or graveyard. So I believe that definitely we're going to utilize the effect to activate the effect of fusion summon. We also use Wendy to set Hedgehog, if I saw correctly.
Yeah, it was Hedgehog. Yes, exactly. And here, once again, it comes the Wendy Kuruhu. And yeah, here is going to be using the Pharaoh Massacre to oh no, wait, is usually Wendy Kuruhu. Yeah, essentially is just changing of the number of any face up down monsters to the face up to the field, so that he can also get to search from Hedgehog.
I think that Risadol Wendy Kuru, who brought so many utilization in the Sadol strategy, being able to, play with the flip effects also, it is one of those scenarios that you are kind of wanted in the Sadol, because the effects of when the monsters are flipped are very, very strong, and finally you can utilize them on turn 1 also. So now we activate once again Lev and Sadol Fusion. We have talked about it a lot during this match, how powerful this card is, even going first or going second.
Yeah, the card itself is great, and here now it also comes another copy of the Massacre. It also gets to search, so essentially gets to target a shadow card in the graveyard added to your hand thanks to Wendy Kuruhu's effect. Then also to bring it back, because let's remind that if the Massacre is sent to the graveyard, you can special summon one shadow monsters from the graveyard, so essentially you get to get one card from the graveyard to hand and then special summon it back. But as mentioned, this requires time. 5 minutes left on the round.
Yes, because we talked about it, that the matchup is very back and forth. Both strategies has a lot of engine, and they can push a lot through established field, so it is not like you just know when to commit and to go to the next game. And we can see that Max passes to Luna, and we will activate Cosmic Cyclone probably in the standby phase, because Seism can only be activated during the main phase. So this is a very good catch from Luna. And right now we have a second copy of Cosmic Cyclone.
Wow!
So this game might not be as we expected, right? So with Cosmic Cyclone we targeted set El Sadol Fusion to activate the effect and bring to the field another Shikinaga.
Yeah, double Shikinaga is something that I think I've never seen, because it's usually one of those extra deck monsters that you may see, once, and then here you have also a second copy. So, nice one.
And now we have Wendy and set Ariel. And Ariel has very, very strong flip effect that if we are able to activate through Wendy Kuruhu, we are in a very good spot. And start things off with the Chimera. We will allow it. And I think with Sekinaka is that initially it has a very strong effect against, for example, Fusion's deck. However, Chimera can do one thing very good, chain blocking any effect. So
Exactly.
you can chain block the Fusion monster and just utilize the effects from the graveyard. So Sekinaka cannot eventually find a potential spot to activate the effect.
And here again comes the hidden Eka hands, cards that we have seen a lot during this match, but I'm afraid because there's less than 3 minutes, so it's going to be very, very complicated for both of our duelists here, because as mentioned, there's going to be a top cut at the end of the 12 rounds, and of course having a double loss at this stage, it's too bad. So let's just see here if that would be the case, because now Max's interaction here may exactly go for the Ariel, and then Luna's monsters go face down, and then also getting back the Grista from his banish pile.
And now we will contact the Fusion again, as we experienced before. Probably to another Heka Hands. Joza? No? And we are targeting the Sekinaga. As we talked about, Sekinaga didn't find a spot to activate the effect to negate. But we have a very, very quite good option for Max side. Yes. So, what happened? The trap that was activated prevents you to bring another monster with the same original,
Attribute.
not attribute. It keeps you to one fusion on the field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So since we already have a fusion on the field on Luna side, we cannot bring another monster with the fusion spell, and that's why Luna conceded the game.
Yeah, this was totally unexpected, especially because we were super afraid of time, but Max was able to seal this one out and win the match 2-1. So congratulations to him. What a match this was. Very back and forth one. It was a super long one, so there's like 30 seconds left. I think we will soon be back, because the match was, as mentioned, very long. So don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with round 5 for the Genesys Championship. Keep watching. And here we're back at the WCQ for the Genesys Championship. I'm here joined by someone who previously saw in the other future match. Emre, how you doing?
I'm doing good. What about you, Alberto?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. It's great to have you here with me to cast this round 5 of Genesys Championship. Well, so far we had a lot of different decks. I have to say that this format is something, I would say.
It is really diverse. I mean, that's the beauty of Genesys, having all of your favorite decks available to play.
Yeah, and that's the beauty, and at the same time also, sometimes you can feel yourself, reading cards.
Yeah.
Because it's so many cards that we've seen. Our duelists this week, and just taking some time, to go through your opponent's, decisions and combos. But at the same time, it's also important to understand the limits of the points, no? So it's something, of course, to keep in mind. But in general, also this time around, we have other 2 different decks. So Phantom Knights and White Forest.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Knight, a deck that I think we both are really familiar with from back in the glory days.
Yeah.
2016, where Burning Abyss was all over the place together with Phantom Knights. So I'm happy that we got support here in Chaos Origins with the new extra deck monster, the new main deck monster, and an extra monster that also synergizes with the strategy. Against White Forest, which I think is also a really strong deck, a really combo-heavy deck in the advanced constructed format, but also pretty good in Genesys. Doesn't require any link monsters, nor does it require any pendulum monsters. So the players are rolling the dice, a 7 for Matt and a 7 for Leo. So they roll again.
Okay. So Matt is starting things off. And yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, for us that we have been around for quite a while, also for me, Phantom Knights, I still remember, the old way to playing it, no? Like, with all level 3s and then searching for your trap cards, and it doesn't change much the way of playing it, in Genesys, because you still, have easy access to rank 3s, and yeah, never mind, just jinx it.
And in Leo's head, I can see a lightning vortex, which is really cool to see. Yeah, we have a really strong starter here, discarding a spell or trap card, special summoning itself, and then searching a White Forest card. So the Sinful Spoil cards in general, when they're discarded, the White Forest Sinful Spoil cards, they reset themselves if they're discarded for an effect. So we can set the card, activate it, search another card. I think this is like probably the best 2 cards that you can get, because it enables your entire combo. You can get Sylvia afterwards, you can get another extender. So this looks really good for Leo here.
You think is at the moment, like having a look at Genesys, I mean, we know that you mainly focused on advanced format and Master Duel, no? But I also know that recently you got also into Genesys, and you feel like there could be, let's say, couple of best decks at the moment?
I mean, I feel like no matter what format you play, there is always a deck that is better than the others, and even if it's by like a really small margin, there's always a small edge. And I think around this time, from what I've seen, is that Blitzkrieg is really strong. I've seen a lot of Blitzkrieg players today. I've seen a lot of Talonite. And interestingly enough, a deck that I haven't seen like probably ever was Melfi.
Yeah.
There are a lot of Melfi players, including Josh, who I think got around 3 feature match.
Yeah.
Which didn't go well, but still a really good deck. Here we have a Coral Dragon, which can discard a card and then pop a card. And if it's used as a... Oh, I think if it goes to the graveyard,
Yeah.
if it's synchro summon, you can also draw a card.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, we hit the wrong card with the Coral Dragon, so...
Quite unfortunate that yeah, of course. I think Book of Eclipse is super popular, right?
Yeah,
it's
a really good card. Yeah. It's only 4 points, I believe. And a really good card in general. But yeah, we have also another extender with the White Forest Field Spell. The Witch of the White Forest.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like especially in Genesis, this deck has an advantage, no? Because it's one of those decks that has a lot of +1s, and then, of course, like I feel like for the way the meta is shaped, most of the duelists are playing, Cosmic Cyclone, Twin Twisters, Book of Eclipse, cards like this. I think the deck has always been consistent, of course.
It is a consistent deck, especially in Genesis. What I like about the Phantom Knight deck in Genesis is, the more I think about it, you can play a lot of cards that have no cost, such as, for example, Lightning Vortex yourself or Twin Twister, because your cards have all graveyard effects, right? So if they go to the graveyard, you can use them to enable your combos, which not a lot of decks can do. So yeah, here we have Revenge of Diabel and Diabel Star. It's Vengeance.
Yeah, similar. Okay, yeah. Leo, still game one very quickly. Yeah, I mean, we mentioned this. I think Matt's hand was quite bricky.
Yeah.
I think the deck in general has a lot of starter.
Yeah.
It has a lot of starter, honestly. Like, there's a lot of way to get to your rank 3s. Super unfortunate for him, to be fair. But on the other hand, yeah, I mean, there's decks like, White Forest, which, have this, sort of advantage of going second, no? Like, for me, I feel like Blaze Click is still one of the top decks, which, has for sure, one of the higher chances. You like Sacred Beasts?
I also like the Sacred Beast cards, yeah. Simply because, as someone who really loves Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, you can not like those cards. The retrains of Raviel, Uria, and Hamon are just really beautiful. A really strong deck as well in Genesis. Have we seen those decks today?
We got the chance to see him on Future in round 2, I believe. He didn't have much gas. Like we saw just a little bit of what the deck can do. I really feel like the deck is super consistent because either you see the Martyr, so the monster that gets you other 2 copies, or the spell that gets you other 2 spells, and then the field spell. You have super easy access to them. No? So it's great, especially for us, but also for lovers of like OG cards, to have the chance to play them also today. And we were actually reflecting in round 4. We had a Shadow players on stream. How times has changed that in 2014 Shadow was played with Blackluster Soldier, and today we have a different one 12 years later, no? So with Chaos Origins, for sure, things have changed quite a bit, and it's definitely something to keep in mind because, for everyone watching, I feel like this is something that either you play Advanced, either you play Genesis, either you play, it's just a matter of understanding, okay, if I feel comfortable playing a deck, I'd rather go with this one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Shadow also got really good support in Battle of Legends Glorious Gallery. A lot of new cards, and as someone who also I love Shadow, I love Phantom Knights, those were like really great formats back in the day, and now being able to see all these decks be good again in a format is really, really cool.
And let's see. No, again, please, no, Matt, don't disappoint us like that. That's too bad. That's really too bad because once again, Matt sets 4 and passes.
And crazily enough, I think the Phantom Knight deck is really consistent.
Yeah,
I think that's a really consistent deck, and Twin Twister here is really strong.
It's I mean, there's a lot of monsters. There's also Tour Guide, which is only 3 points. It's a little bit of a shame. So Matt's maybe also holding a copy of Twin Twister. He kept 1 card in hand. Oh, there's Dark Bribe.
And they have to read Dark Bribe, which I think is even more interesting. And also a really old, really nice card. You can negate a spell or trap card. And then your opponent gets to draw a card.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in ages, honestly. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I think it gets the job done. Yeah, the situation is a little bit desperate here, so let's hope that Matt have any response to this.
That should be LZ here, right? Discarding a spell card to then search a White Forest monster. But discarding the Piri-Rise map also tells us that Leo does not have any engine spell or trap cards because they would just reset themselves. So discarding them is always free. It seems like we have a Dark Ruler and another spell and monster. Yeah, we can special summon Lucia here because we control the LZ. And
no response. Okay.
these two usually go into a level 6 synchro.
Well, so far, I mean, Leo's end was not great either, I would say. He's just trying to, you know, put up something in here with the Coral Dragon, gets to draw maybe something.
Yeah, slowly but surely making sure that we are destroying the back row. If we're using the effect. So, what card would you go for here with the Coral Dragon? Would you go for the card that you targeted with the Twin Twister earlier?
I would, honestly, yeah.
Because your opponent negated the activation of the Twin Twister?
Yeah, I really feel like, you know, my opponent just is trying to survive at this point, not because he's a top deck. He has one card in hand. We saw him before setting one of his Phantom Knights because he can be banished now, and then he can search, but may have a break in hand. So with the Coral Dragon, yeah, you can just try.
Yeah,
Let's see.
It seems like to be the one that we targeted with the Twin Twister. I think we went for the...
Oh, there's the Forbidden Shell.
We're still protecting the card. I wonder what that is.
Yeah, I mean, that must be super important. Yeah, I mean, of course, the Coral Dragon, if he gets sent to the graveyard, then you got to draw a card, which, you know, could help Leo's out. Yeah, but I'm wondering what that card could be, because, like, it's protecting it at all costs. If there was a trap, of course, he would have used it.
Yeah.
So...
so we have Toy Box here, right?
Yeah. No response? No.
Yeah, this engine also really synergizes with the White Forest cards because there are spell trap cards that we can send for the White Forest effect. And it seems like we're...
It was Eclipse. Yeah. Okay. He patiently waited, but yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because it's essentially the only card that...
gets you one more turn for sure.
Yeah.
But this also means that we're drawing 2 cards in the end phase.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, no matter what, I think either way this is not looking great for Matt.
No.
Because it really needs something out of his deck, because otherwise he's in serious trouble. Yeah. 2 fresh draw for Leo.
Twin Twister, and I think that's a... Is that a Terror of the Overroot? I'm not sure. No, it seems to be...
No,
it's a Diablo Trap.
It's a Devil Trap, yeah.
Yeah, it's Curse of Diablo.
Yeah, okay. Something that you don't see often, honestly, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, essentially, it lets you Foolish, also one. Yeah, okay.
So now we have a play. We special Asylum Boots, and now we're going into our rank 3 toolbox. That's the new Phantom Knight that just has been released in Chaos Origins. It is the Phantom Knights of Malevolent Sight. By detaching 1 material, you can special summon 1 Phantom Knight monster from your deck. And interestingly enough, over the time of the years, the Phantom Knight engine has been a really popular engine together with the rank up spells, which came as an addition to the deck like way later after the cards have first been popular.
Yeah, also here there's why I'm wondering. I mean, of course, like if you're Leo, you just because he used the twin twister right away on one.
Yeah.
But the thing is that he could have also kept it, just because if there's a way your opponent just needs to play the game, then you have twin twister on two real cards, let's say.
Yeah, twin twister is really strong against Phantom Knight, especially because the blade traps are all like they're basically monster effect negates like Fiendish Chain.
Yeah.
Continuous traps that act as Fiendish Chains. So maybe holding the twin twister would have been a better option. But yeah, now we see how much only one card can do, right? We started with the one Phantom Knight, and out of nowhere we have like 4 bodies on the field. And they all barely got points, right? I think the new rank 3 has like 12 points.
Yeah, it's 12 points, yeah. Which I think makes sense, because the deck is just, you know, essentially, you know, pretty goes along with that. So I think it's pretty fair. And this is, I think, the first one that got released years ago.
Yeah.
So the Break Sword, yeah.
Works like a Diamond Direwolf by destroying itself and then another one, and then you can special summon 2 Dark Phantom Knights that then can be used as a level 4 monster. So now we can go into rank 4, which we do. We go into the...
Was it
I think
Rebellion? How was
it's Dark
the name?
Rebellion, yeah. A really beautiful ghost rare, by the way.
Yeah, I haven't seen this in years, actually. I forgot the effect. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's very nice to see, honestly, how this, you know, strategy from the past matches up with the new cards, essentially, because, you know, the deck, as you mentioned, I think has been around for years and years, and in Genesis the great thing is that, of course, you get to play, you know, with cards from the entire pool, so you have access to everything. And Phantom Knights, of course, is one of those decks that, you know, unfortunately we have seen.
Do you see the first card in the extra deck? Do you see that?
Oh, no way.
It is.
Really?
It is.
No. What? Was it this one?
It was an Evil from Ophion.
Oh my.
I think you can summon it by ranking, using a rank up spell.
Yeah.
Which takes me back a lot of years back.
That was 20... Oh my.
2013.
2013.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh my, yeah. Yeah, because I feel like that was only the period where Evil Swarm was played, right? Yeah.
I mean, there was one person that played it for a bit longer that couldn't let it go. But other than that one person...
I know what you're talking about. And yeah, now he's ranking it up with...
Yeah, it's basically the Rebellion archetype that have like different...
It's like, I think it's like Requiem or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dark Requiem XYZ Dragon here.
Yeah. Okay. So this, I mean, this is a field. Like,
out of one card.
Yeah, out of one card.
Yeah. Using Break Sword again here, not once per turn, it seems like.
And that is great, because essentially, I mean, as you mentioned, also I think there's also another boots in the graveyard now that can be used, you know, just banished and search.
Yeah.
Basically
leaving Leo only on 2 face downs, which are 2 toy box monsters, because we know that, because that's the cards that we set with the toy box. And I believe the card in hand is a Dia Bell card that we search in the end phase of the trap. So not a lot, I think.
No, not at all. No. Oh yeah, the second effect is nice actually of the Requiem. Yeah, you can detach a card to negate a monster's activations.
That's really strong, yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Only if it has the Arc Rebellion as a material, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's promising for sure for Matt. I mean, compared to how the game started, he could have not asked for more.
Yeah.
Let's see if now here, Leo.
Ooh, that's a really good card.
Right.
That's Philia Diabel, I believe. Which can add the Diabels of the White Witch, which then can special summon herself by sending a spell or trap through graveyard.
Yeah, and here exactly as we were mentioning, there's the Requiem onto the field that can activate its effect to negate a monster's effect on your opponent's side of the field. Yeah, pretty good. Let's see if now here Leo can find another way, because there's much more to Mets, honestly, especially in the graveyard.
Yeah. Wait,
Oh, there's a...
it's not once per turn?
I thought it was once per turn. Oh, no, it's not.
It's not? That's a really strong card.
Yeah, nope. All the first effect is once per turn.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, but the other one that is a quick effect is not. So, great. Yeah. Yeah, that makes a difference. Totally. Yeah. I think it can scoop potentially, because I cannot really see any other way.
I mean, we drew a really strong normal summon, but if we can negate one more time, I don't think we can play through that. Let's see, but it seems like they're reading their cards because of a missed effect, maybe?
You're reading Bell?
No, that's also LZ. It's the alt art.
Oh, yeah.
The
They
alternate
all look the
artwork
same to me.
from,
It looks Bell.
from Rarity Collection
Yeah.
5. It seems like they missed something that they're talking about right now. They're trying to solve. I think this turn not a lot happened, so I think it's easily solvable.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. No, with the help with the judges, they're just trying to sort it out. There's still also plenty of time still, so double loss is not going to be there for sure.
Yeah, the first game concluded really quickly.
Yeah.
So and the second game was also about to end really quickly until Matt drew the starter that he needed. So I think time here should not be a problem, honestly.
Oh, also, yeah, I think he forgot to draw for Colored Dragon as well before.
Is it mandatory?
This guy, you can draw a card. No,
No.
I think he just forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, here they are rewinding a little bit, so there must have been, miscommunication between the players, and thankfully, with our judges, they're just rewinding the situation a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there was no additional information that has been revealed, so I think it's easily rewindable.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
There one that saw that we got to game 3. Fair. I mean, we got to see some of the Phantom Knights in action. So
It was really nice to see a good throwback. I wonder if Matt is playing any Burning Abyss cards.
that'd be nice to see.
Yeah.
That'd be nice to see. Also, you know, with the tour guide as well. It's. I mean, the deck. I think it's. I wish I could say solid, but we didn't see solid stars. So, but you know, in general, it's solid deck. You know, he has a lot of different options to start things off with. It's nice because you can discard your Phantom Knights and activate the effects from the graveyard to get other cards. I'm just a little bit scared sometimes, you know, of the amount of cards that you can, because I can see a pile of cards that Matt is putting in his deck, and sometimes oversight decking has not, you know, has never been something in Yu-Gi-Oh, you know. But yeah, of course, like maybe he's adjusting his deck, putting Mulch Armies and substituting them with maybe, you know, there's Twin Twisters and other cards like this. But yeah, for sure, like, you know, it's certain cards you have to be played them. No, we talked about Book of Eclipse, we talked about Twin Twisters.
Really popular stables. Forbidden Chalice, only 1 point, also really good. Cosmic Cyclone only being 1 point.
All of these cards for sure are very powerful. So at the end of the day, it's you know, the more win you get, I think you gotta feel, you know, good, especially because, you know, all of these cards. I mean, of course, like it's a different approach than Advanced. You know, with hand traps here, you have field breakers, so it's
also like. I think one thing that I want to point out is that White Forest in Advanced Constructed is one of the few decks that I don't want to go second against.
Yeah.
Especially after siding. And I feel like it is the same in Genesis. You don't want to go second against that deck. And now with less hand traps, less interruptions,
it's even more scary.
You kind of have to rely on the field breakers to get rid of the field instead of stopping your opponent from establishing the field. So it's going to be really interesting. I think Matt has some nice cards. Lightning Vortex is a really good card, especially because it discards a card, which then can enable your plays because the Phantom Knight cards all have graveyard effects. So it's going to be really interesting on what kind of board Leo will set up here. I think the amp board in Genesis is also super strong.
Yeah.
Like advanced constructed level strong.
There was, something. Yeah.
So it's going to be really interesting. I think Matt also knows that he needs a really good hand here.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, without hand traps, it's, you know, of course there's field breakers, but it's, you know, something to keep an eye on, no? So it's for sure something that we really hope to see, because, you know, when there's combo decks like this ones on stream, it's also nice to understand how the deck plays out, and let's say if it will be Leo's time to show us, you know, how the deck works.
So yeah, Leo will obviously go first, the fist bump here. Let's see what we have. Is that Blizzard?
Is it, right?
I mean, that's a really good hand.
It's a good one. Oh, okay. That's good. This is pretty much what we saw in game 1.
Yeah, I think this is what we've seen in all games.
Yeah.
Channeling 1, channeling 2, the spell resetting itself. The monster will search a White Forest card.
And also, like the tails itself, once you get it back, it's just, you know, super powerful as well. And then you get the
Woes.
Yeah.
Which is a really good interrupt on your opponent's turn, because you can special summon a Synchro monster, which basically Book of Eclipses your opponent's entire board.
Yeah.
Here we have the Ruchelia, which can add a Sinful Spoils card from the deck to the hand. Or send it to the graveyard, which is almost the same, because some of them do reset themselves. So the Astella is special summoning herself back. The Witch of the White Forest will get activated, searching Diabelser, the White Witch. But there are field breakers in Matt's hand. I think that's a Twin Twister and a Book of Eclipse, so that's really strong.
That's good. That's good.
Book of Eclipse especially being super strong because it can play around the woes, because whatever synchro summon monster we summon, we can just flip it face down. So it's going to be interesting on how many disruptions Leo can put up while playing around the cards that he doesn't know. So yeah, we have Philia here searching the Vengeance. Vengeance will summon itself, probably.
Ah, yeah. Here you go.
Here we have the original ace monster of the White Forest archetype. We have Diabel, Queen of the White Forest.
Yeah, pretty solid opener.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty solid. Yeah. Yeah, with the Book of Eclipse, the Twin Twister. Okay, also another Book of Eclipse just in case. It's. I think he may also be holding a couple of starters in hand, so we'll soon find out if that is gonna be the case. And let's see if Matt starts things off here right away with the Twin Twister or the Book of Eclipse first.
Sending a Silent Boots. Yeah, they use Blizzard to negate the spell card. And if there is another if there would have been another Twin Twister in the graveyard, we could have added that card back to our hand. So yeah, the Twin Twister goes back to hand, but it's negated and we can't use it this turn. Book of Eclipse being really strong here.
Well, the bad news for Leo is that Matt drew another copy of Book of Eclipse.
But we have another Blizzard, right? But it's it should be once per turn.
Yeah.
So we can't interact with that. And now we have a Silent Boots in the graveyard. And we have the correct starter. The new card released in Chaos Origins.
Yeah, the Phantom Knives of Decayed Clock, which is 4 points. So it's also good for these reasons. Most of your main deck cards doesn't cost too much. Just with the extra decks you go to 24 possibly. So it's already something.
Yeah, basically a one card starter here. If it's summoned, you can search a Phantom Knight card from your deck to your hand, and then go from there on.
And yeah, here the nice thing about this is that essentially the trap cards can count as a monster, no? So you can essentially use it, activate it, and put it up onto the field.
But now we can summon the Sylvie back by its effect and then use the Vows, get a level 2 monster, and then summon the Silvera to flip everything face down. I think that's what Leo is going for right now. Get really strong and trapped in general here. So summoning the Silvera. And I believe the trap monster will be face down in the spell and trap zone, right?
I think so.
It's been a while.
Yeah. It's a game mechanic that we don't see in ages. I think it should, yeah. Yeah, I think yeah, that's correct.
Well, I think because it's not a trap card anymore.
It's
I
not-
think
it
on the monster it says it's a monster card.
It
but I
depends.
think-
It depends if it's treated as a monster.
Yeah.
Oh, this card is not treated as a trap.
Okay.
Okay. Then yes. Okay.
Banishing the Silent Boots here and getting a Phantom Knight trap card.
Yeah, and in the end phase now it will be nice because we're gonna draw
A lot
a
of
lot of
cards.
cards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the first Phantom Knight traps that got released. That's the Phoenix Chain, I believe. Yeah, the Fog Blade, yeah.
Yeah, it acts as a Phoenix Chain essentially. Yeah.
And the monster also can't attack,
yeah.
which I think is the case also on Phoenix Chain, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, now it's gonna be fun. Yeah.
That's 6 monsters that
Yeah.
will be flipped face up again.
Uh,
Yeah, they have to resolve that. Yeah. Or it's 3. It's Skullmeister is a
Skullmeister.
really good card against Phantom Knight. Also 0 points in Genesis, so really popular. And now we're drawing 1 for turn as well. So we're back to 6 cards in hand, right?
6 cards in hand, but Leo knows both of the face down cards
Yeah.
because one is the Twin Twister, the other one is the Fog Blade, so it's known.
And we have a lot of strong bodies on the board. So what Leo has to be aware about is that if we can't go for game this turn, if next turn all the Phantom Knight monsters are in the graveyard, we're giving our opponent resources to play with. Even though they might have not any cards in their hand, they can still do something. That's something that Leo has to be aware about. Usually what you're looking for, if you're like calculating how many plays your opponent has, is their hand and then their graveyard. But in decks like Phantom Knight, the graveyard is almost as important as the hand.
Yeah, exactly. Because like you keep resourcing and then essentially you just play with the graveyard, I mean, as much as you want, and then with all the Phantom Knights itself, it's just scary. So yeah, for sure, Leo needs to put as much pressure as possible onto his opponent. Not gonna be easy because like you know, it's super difficult here. Not just to seal the game. He has his cards in hand though, which may help him out. Depends on the draws. There's a Skullmeister as well, which could be impactful. Okay, there's the Fog Blade.
Yeah, we can dodge that with the Sylvie. The Vengeance can destroy a card on the field, which is a Twin Twister that we also know about. Sending another Silent Boots. Targeting our own card and the Fog Blade, which is really cool.
Yeah, that was cool.
I'm not sure if you want to negate the... Okay, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know if you want to negate the Twin Twister or the Silent Boots, because if you use Blizzard on the Silent Boots can be bounced back to the hand.
Yes.
And I think as the White Forest player, you would rather want that card in your opponent's hand than in their graveyard.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. No, I agree with you.
But it doesn't matter. Leo takes it here. Really great showing of the White Forest strategy on what it can do going first.
very good show off. I mean, in general, yeah, I mean, we've mentioned this with Genesys. You never know what you can be up against. A lot of different decks so far, 5 Euro matches. All of the decks we have been streaming were different.
Yeah.
So thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me here.
Hopefully we will see you in action this weekend or not. Maybe you will join us again on the casting desk. Why not? But yeah, I mean, so far so good. 5 rounds, 3 more to go for the day. So don't go anywhere because we'll be back soon with round 6 for the EU WCQ here for the Genesys Championship.
Hello and welcome back to another round of Genesys Championship, and we are here with Leo versus Matt, White Forest versus Phantom Knights, and I would like to see if those two duelists will try to find a way in order to go further to this event, because this is one of those Yu-Gi-Oh events that you really want to go further and finally win this trip to Japan, right?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, the prizes up for grabs are absolutely amazing. Especially the ability to go all the way to the Shogun Festa as well is quite an experience to take part. And like you've already said, I think the one big thing with Genesys is you've got all of today, so it's kind of like the Friday. It's a bit of a different from the Saturday. And then the Sunday is when the second part comes into place. You get a day to refresh. From your experience, if you have a day refresh in the middle, I know it's a bit unique, but would you continue to play? You'd want to stay on Genesys, keep that in your mind, still practice it, still go for it, or would you want to take a full break?
No, I will go with the approach that I was going to still play, because you get out of the zone, right? If you have 1 day break, it kinda feels like refreshing, but in the other hand, you just lose all this mindset, all this momentum that you have built throughout the Swiss rounds, and you want to advance all in all, because when you are going well in an event, you are just becoming and getting into the zone and feel like that you have to, keep playing correctly. Don't lose your mind about any potential, for example, misplay that you may make. But at the end, it all depends on the player. What's your opinion on that?
No, I think you're quite right in that one. I used to quite like to take the break, more so in the evenings. So if you were coming to an event like this on the Friday, you'd do the pre-warm-up, you'd test everything, you'd get the last few tweaks and changes, your deck ready, and then you'd be like, okay, cool, that's it. I like to then just go, I've made my decisions, I'm not going to change anything, but that's only the night. That's just to get a good night's sleep, wake up in the morning ready to go. So it's a little bit different from Genesys as well, where you've got a full day's break. But it looks like we've potentially got Sacred Beast here, so this is definitely something I'm fully excited about, because with the Sacred Beast, I think that a lot of the new cards are very, very good, especially with this new spell card here, which lets you add 3 Sacred Beast monsters with different names, and then you discard 2 cards. So it's discarding 2 cards as effect as well, which has great implications for different strategies. But I believe this could be, this is with the Angeliki, so again, another new deck that we've seen from Chaos Origins, and on the other side, the one you really wanted to see, Mike.
Yes, in the other side we have Blitzkrieg. It is one of those strategies that I'm really looking forward to see how it can approach the Genesys, meaning that it is one of those strategies that I really like to see how they go second, because their unique effects, it's not only that they provide an extra body on the field, but also provide an extra interruption. For example, when you start with Search, like it has the ability to destroy one monster on the field, and gives all those going second strategies a very, very nice. Looking forward though into the match, we will see Fugalus into the Sacred Beast, and I think that it was.
Yeah, so it was Marta, the Sacred Beast, and the effect on the field. Crackle was chained in the hand. And then Fugalos was chained as Chainlink 3 to that one, because there was no cards on Ryan's field. So very well played there on that one. Crackle is such a good Blitzkrieg card. Really does give you a nice distraction. And the best thing about it is it doesn't have to summon itself. It can summon any Thunder monster from the hand, which is why you'll see a lot of the strategies in the Blitzkrieg utilizing Thunder King Ryo, taking back the clock a little bit here. And Robert is going to continue playing here. So we've utilized the Sacred Beast Thunderclap, which, quite like Marta, will produce 2 more copies of itself from either the deck, the hand, or the graveyard, and then that will allow you to activate the brand new field spell, and off of the field spell you get to reveal a level 10 Sacred Beast monster, and this will allow you to draw 2 cards as well as we're going through here. And it looks like we're revealing the Uriah in the hand to grab the trap card, and then you discard a card on that.
I think that's the play right here, is to activate the field spell, the Fallen Paradise of the Sacred Beast, in order to bring back Uriah from the graveyard, because it's something that you can also do, and potentially give 1 draw and go for Barudras maybe, because you can actually not only negate but also destroy the Crackle that is on the field.
Yeah, so I think this is very well done by Robert here. We get the Sacred Beast to the field using the Summoner of the Sacred Beast, which again is also an amazing card. And the best thing about the Fallen Paradise is it lets you send 3 cards of the same type, so 3 spells, 3 monsters, 3 traps, so forth. And we're probably going to be seeing all 3 of the Thunderclaps get sent from the field to the graveyard. And playing around Fuwalos, we'll actually be able to summon back the Creator from the Banish Zone if we wanted to, and we could summon a Sacred Beast from the hand. It looks like we're about to possibly reveal Hamon here, or is that the Ravael?
Ravael, yeah. I think that we could wait with Crackle, to be honest. Since we had a Fugalos, we could afford to let Martin resolve and get 1 draw from the summon of the 2 extenders, 2 other Martyrs. And now we will activate the effect of the Fallen Paradise in order to special summon. I was expecting Uriah, but Uriah is already on the field.
Yeah. So with the Creator has 3 effects, which is absolutely incredible. So it's got a hand effect, it's then got 2 effects on the field, and it looks like we're going to be utilising one here, which is discard a card as cost this time, and then you can revive a Sacred Beast monster from the graveyard except the one that was discarded. So this is going to be entering the Ravael into the field of play. Very, very well done here, trying not to give Ryan any draws off of the back of the Fuwalos, which ultimately means that Ryan's going to be starting his turn with 4 cards rather than 6. And we currently have a Uriah, a Ravael, and then possibly the trap card, which will allow Robert to summon, hopefully, Hamon. And then with the trap card in the graveyard, you can banish that to fusion summon into the Chaotic Phantasmal Sacred Beast, which is amazing.
Yeah, we talked about this before. It's one of those monsters that you really want to end on, since it not only negates 1 time, not 2 times, but 3 times. And I think that, as you perfectly said, the play is just to pass here to Ryan and trying to fusion summon on Ryan's turn.
Yeah, I like that. Looking at Ryan's hand, he's got a fairly good hand here that could cause Robert a little bit of trouble. And it looks like we might be starting off with Grain. So Grain's going to target a spell or trap on the field. Oh, this is going to force the Sacred Beast trap card here to summon down the Hamon, because if we don't do that now, you're not going to have all 3 Sacred Beasts in kind of rotation. You can use your hand, but obviously you want to have as much material on the field, all of them being quite defensive. And a lot of players also overlook that the additional effects of each of the Sacred Beasts. So the Hamon, when an opponent's monster goes to their graveyard, they take 1,000 damage. The Ravael has the ability to tribute off 2 other Sacred Beast monsters to destroy all monsters their opponent controls. And the Uriah lets them target a spell or trap on the field and destroy it. And all of those are kind of quick effects, which is really nice.
And as I said, why Blitzkrieg for me, it is one of those options that you can really need to bring in a Genesys Championship tournament. Is that Grain, for example, provides so much utility in Genesys, which the background removal is very, very strong, right? And you need it. So that's why we see a lot of players side Cosmic Cyclone into Easter. Imagine that if this is in your engine also. And one of the strategies that we have seen with Razil, however, now has adapted to the Blitzkrieg, and we have revealed the Giant Hand in order to get my favorite Blitzkrieg, as we discussed earlier, the Surge.
Yeah, so Surge, as you mentioned, is quite an aggressive option here, so it's definitely the better one for going second, because you reveal it in the hand, you target a card, monster on the field, you get to destroy it. So this could be one way to force the trap card to be utilised here, and then Surge would enter the field of play and ultimately end up allowing, well, it doesn't technically need to be Surge, it could be any Thunder monster from the hand, and then trying to slowly pull apart Robert's field here. Both of the duelists currently 5-0, moving into, obviously, the current 6th round, so both of them know what to kind of focus on, and I think post Chaos Origins these decks would definitely have been on people's minds of what they can bring to the game right now.
What would you target with Surge though?
I mean, you either force
or Uriah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter which one you target, but it's more to force the trap card.
For Fusion Summon.
Correct, yeah, because they can't use the graveyard. Uriah is probably the most logical one, because of all of the Sacred Beasts, it's probably the one you play the least of, so maybe 1 copy. On average, maybe 2. And it looks like
the effect of Ravael will be activated to destroy.
And since, very nice play from Robert. Since Uriah was not destroyed by the effect of Serge, Serge cannot summon herself to the field, and now Ryan has to pass back to Robert. A very, very nice play by Robert.
Yeah, very well navigated there. And then during the end phase, not only can we add back the Thunderclap, we could add back the Martyr as well, which is exactly what's happening here. So the resource for both of these coming back into play. And the best thing, as we already mentioned with the Thunderclap, is the Thunderclap will allow you to bring back 2 more copies from the graveyard as well, and Martyr can summon from the grave, the hand, and the deck as well. So there's just so much resource that's going to build from here.
Yeah, this is why I suggested firstly to target the Rabiel, because he cannot tribute it himself. So he will not leave the field.
Yes, we would have been down an extra monster.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
But I guess it is one of those scenarios that with all the pressure on you, you don't think that Rabiel can activate there and inevitably play around the surge effect to special summon.
Yeah, very good there. That would have been pretty useful. Very well piloted from both duelists on that one. So we're going to be siding up to move into game number 2 very, very shortly. With this, we've already seen in previous matchups how important a card like Interrupted Kaiju Slumber can be. When you're kind of considering how good the Sacred Beasts can be themselves, and as you've already mentioned, the Blitzkrieg themselves kind of want to, like, they have a lot of, some of their natural cards are more tailored for going second. So you look at Crackle is quite interactive during your opponent's turn, and then if you're able to resolve like Crackle with Wesker and Crackle with Surge or anything more that can build onto that one going second, it lets you steamroll a lot faster. So do you feel Ryan could possibly go second here, or do we feel that going first is still going to be the safest option?
I mean, you still go first because you can access cards like not only the Fusion but also Baru Dress, for example, which is a very nice strategy for the Sacred Beast. However, Blitzkrieg, as you mentioned, it is one of those decks that. However, I see that Ryan had the Lava Golem, or he may be the Kaiju, as you mentioned, Purulias. His side deck right now definitely seems like going second will be decided. Would you do that?
I mean, from Ryan's perspective, if you've got the choice on this one, I feel that definitely when you're taking your side deck into account and you have access in Genesis to cards, as you mentioned, Lava Golem and the Kaijus, it could be quite effective. It obviously looks like Ryan's looked at the full loss and probably felt that they're not going to get as much advantage from that as well, considering that most of the cards can either be played around or you'll get 1 or 2 maybe. Purulia, on the other hand, could actually be quite effective, which is possibly what Ryan's put in. And another great thing about the most recent points update is that both Blitzkrieg and, of course, the Sacred Beast, they're not heavily pointed. So it gives you a bit of room to utilize Mulchamis in different ways. And I feel that definitely by going second, unless it is a consistent strategy of the Blitzkrieg that's been seen, Robert might not expect that either. So there could be a lot more disadvantaged cards in Robert's hand on this one as well.
So I would like to see if your strategy will work, because I really like going second post the side deck when you feel like that, and I can definitely see your point. On this scenario, we'll still probably go first, to be honest, because I really trust the Blitzkrieg engine. However, I'm really a big fan of your approach.
We're about to find out. Robert does have a Purulia in the hand, and that's going to be activated. So it looks like Robert is going to be going first here.
And I like that Robert, despite going first, activated the Purulia in order to play around a card like Karkle, for example.
Yeah, otherwise, I mean, the Purulia doesn't have much effect for you if it's stuck in your hand after that point. Yes, it could be a nice bit of a discard option, and we're about to see, or we have just seen, the first Angeliki card utilised here. Now, one big thing that a lot of duelists need to remember is when you're playing Genesis, there is no extra monster zone. But what Robert's done very, very well is that we're not playing opening move to E4, which is the one that does require you to use the extra monster zone. We're actually utilising the other trap card that the Angelikis did receive, and using that as additional discard outlets, so that when you're discarding it, you're utilising its graveyard effect above everything else.
Yeah, E4 it is sadly one of those cards that you cannot afford to play in a Genesys tournament. And right now, I think that we have a refreshed hand, and I would like to see how Robert is going to approach this matchup, because when your opponent lets you go first, you probably have side out some engine also pieces that will require you for in a going first strategy, but not when you expect to go second. On the other hand, Ryan right now he's just seems calm and wait for his turn. I believe that he has gone from more field breaker approach, for example, Lava Golem as we saw in his side deck, and now we will find our access to the field spell, to the Fallen of Paradise, by breaking all the copies here, the 3 copies, and you have the Uriah had to reveal himself and probably add the Fallen of Paradise, yes, of the Sacred Beast.
Yeah, it's very well maintained here. I do like the fact that through Martyr you do get access to your spell requirements that can be sent, and then you also get access, technically if you want to use the Martyrs as well, for another monster. So that's going to get you access to 2 Sacred Beast monsters themselves, and it really can work out in its advantage to give you access to the Chaotic Phantasmal Sacred Beast as well, which again is the overall end piece you want to be ending on. But we're also seeing the Creator, which I think is a great card for the deck strategy. Getting access to Hamon, utilising Uriah, revealing this to grab access to the trap card, and then all we're missing right now is the Raviel, and we've completed the 3 gods that we need, or the 3 Sacred Beasts, sorry, in order to kind of get where we want to go.
I like the fact that Robert, despite believing that he maybe go second, he kept all his trap.
Yeah.
So he didn't want to ruin any of his engine.
So now we're going to be seeing the utilization of the Angeliki strategy with this one. So we're going to be utilizing Disturbance. Disturbance, you banish it from the grave to add an Angeliki spell or trap from the deck to the hand. And on that one, we're going to be going directly for the Angeliki field spell. And this is where it's different from the opening move to E4, because you can utilize your draw power off of the back of the Fallen Paradise, and then you get to utilize the Angeliki Problem, which once per turn you discard a spell or trap card, which you're going to have plenty of by this point. Then special on a level 2 Angeliki monster from the extra deck, and if you do, you place an Angeliki monster from your extra deck into your spell and trap zone as a face or continuous spell. So if you want to shift your strategies, when you have access to Hamon, which is going to cost your opponent 1,000 life points if one of their monsters goes to their graveyard, you're also then either to add the pressure on that either your opponent is limited to 5 monster effects the turn, or you're going to make sure that every card and effect that they activate and resolve is going to cost them 500 life points as well.
And as we mentioned before in the side decking, Barugrax has been summoned. It is one of those cards that I really like in Genesys, because it is very difficult to find an access to a monster and spell trap negation, and Barugrax in the Sacred Beast gives so much power. And again, since it is 3 ice per turn, we activate the effect of Fallen of the Paradise to bring Raviel.
Yeah, this is looking like a very, very good end field here, and it looks like we might be able to see. Is that another search? Will that get us access to Hamon or Raviel if we choose to use it? So we're using the field spell. Here comes the discard. It's going to get access to the Angeliki level 2, and then let's see which one we're going to be putting into our spell and trap zone. And it's going to be the Bastion, which gives us protection on our other Angeliki, and we do go for the Chantralaga. So this one is going to limit his opponent to 5 monster effects for the turn, and then we're also just going to get the 3rd copy of the Disturbance as well.
And I really like the fact that we went through all the engine, how well they work together, and we can still go through all these very strong engines. And for Ryan, he needs to have a very, very strong hand, otherwise he's in a tough spot.
Yeah, I think Robert's played this one very, very well, because I don't think Ryan even considered maybe the Angeliki was involved with this deck. Maybe if it was just pure Sacred Beast. So in his mind, it was probably the worst thing you could face down would be Varudras, but now we're seeing Varudras set 2 and limit to 5 monster effects this turn. So it's going to be seeing if Lava Golem is going to be making an appearance here.
Yeah, and I think the we just drew it.
Heart of the cards. So we're just checking what the effect of the trap card is, assuming that disturbance is set along Robert's spell and trap zones, and if it's going to play a part on here. I feel the only downside I see with the Lava Golem is what do you kind of get rid of? Definitely the Varudras, but then what other card do you take out? I don't think that there's much of a threat apart from the Raviel itself, giving you that to destroy all of the cards. And it looks like we're going straight there.
Yeah, you probably go for Raviel in order to try to minimize the one from the two engines, and just have to work with the other. For example, we have Steel Creator on the field, and now the Blitzkrieg field spell will be activated. The Hideout in the Sky, which first of all provides all the monsters with 500 attack and defense that have a normal or special summon from the hand, and secondly, during the main phase, you can special summon one Mage Beast token to your opponent's field, and if you do, you can add one Blitzkrieg monster from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, so this is quite important here as Robert has activated the Sacred Beast trap card to bring back Uriah. So Uriah now has that quick effect to destroy a spell or trap his opponent has, which, as you mentioned, getting rid of that hideout can be massive here, because not allowing that to resolve, not allowing that to produce a token means that there isn't a thunder that could be destroyed via Blitzkrieg effect. And I think Ryan is just reading the trap card to make sure that we can that is all legal. We still haven't activated in monster effects yet, so I suppose that is a good thing for Ryan that we still have those to count for. But just looking at what else is in hand here, it looks like we have possibly a Crackle, which unfortunately is not that effective during Ryan's turn. It's more effective during the opponent's turn.
One could wait for Robert to play around the hideout was to summon one more monster, so you will not receive a token.
Yeah, I think Ryan's just weighing up the options here. We might have to... We can't use our normal summon because we've already used that on Lava Golem. Or we're not allowed to normal summon when we special summon Lava Golem, to be exact. We do have what I believe is the Blitzkrieg Breakaway. So this could be quite useful as well, because this can get the continuous trap card face up. And it looks like... Yeah, we're just confirming you can't normal summon the Crackle on that one. I wonder what the other spell is. We might see it here. Twin Twisters. Okay. Discarding one of the trap cards. So it looks like the trap card that was discarded was...
The Blitzkrieg Alternator.
Yep.
I believe that Ryan should have sided out this card, to be honest. I don't like when you are trying to go in second and to try to surprise your opponent that you keep a trap card that potentially will not be utilized when on the turn.
Yeah, I think we're now just burning through a bit too much resource. I think Robert has done very, very well here to present the field the way that we did, and really kind of caught Ryan off guard a little bit with what was presented. So we're going to try and use the graveyard effect of the Alternator. So we're going to attempt to banish it from the graveyard to then add a Blitzkrieg spell or Hideout in the Sky. So we're going to try and get access to a second Hideout in the Sky, quite possibly here.
And Angelis' strategy provides so much, because we have to remember that while they are on the spell and trap zone, for example, Angelis' Satranaga provides the effect that while this card is treated as a continuous spell, your opponent can only attempt to activate up to 5 monsters per turn.
Yeah.
So we will place with the breakaway another copy of
the Alternator.
And I want to see where we are going with that.
So we're just trying to shuffle back one of our Blitzkrieg cards, which is going to be Crackle. So we're going to try and put that back into the deck, and I can only imagine that we're trying to grab something along the lines of Surge to then try and interact with this field, but I'm not sure that that's enough.
But to interact with which,
well,
which card firstly?
Exactly, they're quite strong monsters. All we do get, the Alternator currently will, all of the opponent's monsters will lose 300 attack defense for each Thunder monster you control, but you're only going to control 1 here. We still have a second breakaway in the hand. I am quite curious as to see what we try and pick apart here, and if there is a way back for Ryan to kind of push through this.
So we'll activate search probably on Uriah
Interesting.
to force a fusion someone maybe.
Yeah, we've got. Ooh.
And yeah, that's game.
Extra lager. Nice. Very well piloted there by Robert.
This is what I don't like about trying to surprise your opponent and go blind second, meaning that you firstly need to draw the cards that you are siding, and secondly is that if your opponent can read through this a little bit and keep some cards, for example, as we saw Robert kept all his trap, you are in a very disadvantageous position.
Yeah. I think Robert did navigate that very, very expertly as well. It kind of shows that Robert has practiced this strategy mix-up and this hybrid very, very well. Not that Ryan did anything crazy wrong, but I think I agree with you. I feel that you need to be, if you're going to make your opponent go first, you need to be 100% confident in not only your strategy and your approach, but their approach as well. And I think it's definitely the Angeliki that really kind of was the nail on that one, unfortunately.
On his side, though, we didn't see. I think you also caught it before that we saw no Angeliki cards in the first game.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that you cannot expect them to be on Robert's deck. However, Secret Beast Angeliki, it is one of those strategies that they are not. They're pretty famous, right? You are kind of expecting them to work together. In any case, it is one of those matches that really was quite back and forth, and as you mentioned, it was one of those scenarios that going second was chosen by Ryan.
Yeah. Bit of risk and reward, but you don't get this far without a little bit of risk and reward. We're going to be back. We have 2 more rounds of Genesys today, so don't go anywhere. We're going to be bringing those to you very, very shortly, and we'll see which of our duelists are going to be making it all the way to the Genesys knockout events as of Sunday as well, so 2 days away. Let's go back and see you shortly.
And we're back to the coverage of the UWCQ for the Genesys Championship. I'm here with Mike.
And I'm very, very excited to see a nice matchup against Martin versus Jack Blitzkrieg against Artmates. It is one of those decks that they can both compete in the TCG Advanced and bring them to Genesys Championship also. It can provide some unique strategies and unique approaches. So going forward through the rounds, all the pressure it coming to feel on your shoulders, and we can experience how these players are trying to compete for this amazing trip to Japan.
Yeah, I mean, for sure it's something you have to keep in mind, because EXO and the other 2 rounds remaining, so round 7 and round 8. And then on Sunday we're going to be playing other 4 rounds of Sweets, followed by Top Cut. So it's been already a long day, because we started, quite early, I would say. But so far, so good, because both of our duelists now are sitting with an EXO record. So pretty good. But yeah, as you mentioned, once again, a different matchup. It's been really a journey today to see how with Genesys the format has been shaping, and all of different decks. But yeah, I mean, we said it on the round 1 that Blitzkrieg, it's the deck, that most likely has the advantage to win the event this weekend.
And I think that Jack went first, and we'll starting by activating one of the cards that you really want to see when you are playing Artmates Vandalism Assault, and it says when this card is activated you can add Medius the Pure from your deck to your hand. It is one of those starters that you really want to see and come up with. And starting off with Artmates Grafreal, that will set the field spell, and Artmates Academic Arcane Arts Acropolis will be activated. And Acropolis come on, share your thoughts.
Yeah, you may be familiar with it. You have something to do with the Acropolis, I don't know.
Acropolis Colosseum.
Yeah.
And one of the cool interactions that Artmates has, it is that you can set one spellcaster from the hand or field to the graveyard in order to special summon Artmates Non Finito, and it now you are familiar, right?
Yeah, I'm familiar.
And in order to set one of those traps that you really want to have when you go first, because it can negate a monster effect, so you can play around the hand trap of your opponent, and it can be activated the turn that it is set. So we will activate the second effect of Acropolis by discarding the Awakening, and we will add the Artmate Litera to the hand. We will activate the effect of Litera to special summon yourself, and immediately Diddy Crow will be activated. However, she can still summon herself, and now we see Jack going through all this plays.
Yeah, I mean, this is very solid opening from Duck, honestly. It's very impressive, especially because Martin, on the other hand, only had the Diddy Crow to respond. And now it's going with the field spell again.
And we need to remember that if Diddy Crow was a real problem, we have still the effect of recapture to be activated and deal with the Diddy Crow. So I think that we have established a very strong field with especially Artmates Power Patron. It is one of those cards that have provided to Artmates such a high ceiling. And I think from Martin's side we have some options to interact, but we see that Jack activates the effect of Artmates Power Patron to fusion summon, and fusion summon Diactorus, Artmates Diactorus, and also activate the effect since It was sent to the graveyard as a fusion material to add an Archmage card. So starting things first, we will activate, as we have seen so many times, the Blitzkrieg, how well they interact with the field of an established field, and we saw right now that the effect of Grain Blitzkrieg was activated in order to destroy the trap, and it was changed to destroy the grain, and that's why it is in the graveyard, and the trap is banished.
And the 7 Tachyon as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it is one of those cards that we have been experiencing to Brazil during the previous year, but right now it has found its place in Blitzkrieg because you can just reveal Giant Hunt and go through all the names that you may need. So the effect of 7 Tachyon was activated, the Arcturus was chained to it, and I think that we have activated Forbidden Chalice to the Arcturus.
Yeah, I think they're just clarifying this with the judges just to be sure.
Giant Hunt was revealed because it is a cost to reveal Giant Hunt, and now the Arcturus will be activated. Chalice will be changed to the Arcturus, and the effect of Archmage Litera will be activated. And we summon back the Archmage Parvatron. So this would be better if we already had it on the field in order to play around Forbidden Chalice or any interaction with the Arcturus, in order to, for example, when Forbidden Chalice was activated to the Arcturus, to activate the effect of Archmage Power Patron for Fusion Summon, and he could tag out and prevent the Forbidden Chalice from resolving. But yet we see Surge to activate for distraction. However, the Archmage Power Patron will activate the effect to Fusion Summon, and Surge cannot be summoned in the field since she didn't destroy a monster.
I think is conceding, yeah. Yeah, because like, I mean, what an opener from Doc. It's impressive. Like we mentioned this, I really feel like the deck is scary, especially by going first. He has a lot of advantages, puts a lot of pressure to your opponent, and then on the other hand, Martin was just, you know, if there's a deck that can easily go second, it's Blitzkrieg, but on the other hand, I think it was just too many interruptions.
Yeah, man, Archmage is one of those decks that feels very scary when going first, and despite Blitzkrieg having a very good going second strategy, it can definitely find some hard time dealing with an established Archmage field. In the previous round that we casted, we experienced that Blitzkrieg went blind second in post-side deck.
Yeah?
Yeah. So they decided to go second, and since obviously their strategy is very strong to playing an established field, would you still think that this might be the case, or Martin will respect the Archmage field?
Well, I mean, I feel like the deck in general could potentially lose some advantage going first. There's the field spell which helps you out a lot because like you can summon the token and then you can destroy it with Surge. So there's pros and cons. I can see a universe where in general duelists decide to go decides to go second, but I mean, I would not dislike Martin if he goes first, honestly. The deck has a good strategy, you have ways for going first. And on the other hand, Doc, I mean, impressive show off. Now with the side deck, I'm curious to see if he put in some field breakers, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we were debating before with Dale, that there is some cases, some matchups that you want to go second when you are bringing blitzkrieg strategy. However, Artmates in this scenario, I feel that you have to respect how powerful this deck can be when going first. And I think that Martin has chosen to go first. Yes, extra deck should be on the right spot. And now we will start things off with the normal summon of Surge, and of course by activate.
Wow, there's Ogre. That's huge.
So we activate Ogre on the hideout. We activated the effect to special summon a token, and Ghost Ogre was activated. And I think that Ghost Ogre has seen so much play, right, in Genesis format.
Yeah. Ghost Ogre in general, I feel like it's one of those cards that can be played, and then of course, given that their Surge was on the field once a card was destroyed, then of course it's the Ghost Ogre.
So we keep the follow with Blitzkrieg Step Leader, which is, I think, the first time that we see it in action today. And we activate the effect that we can special summon one Thunder monster in this scenario, the Grail, from the hand. And then this card is destroyed. And we will follow with the add of Breakaway. We will activate the effect of Breakaway to place one Blitzkrieg continuous trap from the deck face up on the field. And I think that we will go for Alternator. Yes, indeed. So Alternator, when it is on the field, monster your opponent control loses 300 attack and defense for each Thunder monster you control. You can shuffle another Blitzkrieg card from the hand or face up field into the deck. Add one Thunder monster with a different name from the deck to the hand. And also you can banish this card from the graveyard, add one Blitzkrieg spell or hideout in the sky from the deck to the hand. So we activate the first effect to add one Thunder monster with a different name from the deck to the hand. And then since we can activate both effects in the same turn, we will activate the effect to banish itself from the graveyard in order to add one Blitzkrieg spell.
Yeah, and here it also comes the Whisker. Now he gets to banish the Alternator from the graveyard.
And I think that we grab another copy of Breakaway. For me it is a very important card because it does not only work very well going first when you place one Blitzkrieg continuous trap, but also it has the second effect, which kind of works like an interruption that enables you to return one Thunder monster to the hand, then target one card of the field and destroy it. And now we can tell that one of the sets is Breakaway probably, the other is hidden, and we have also a Step Leader on the field. So Step Leader is there to provide for some extra resources when Breakaway, for example, will be activated, because a card will be destroyed by a Blitzkrieg card effect, and we can add to our hand follow-up from the graveyard. Now I wonder right now how Duck is going to approach this. So starting things off, he will activate the Acropolis, as we have seen before.
Yeah, getting the alteration as well.
And I wonder how Martin is going to choose to interact. For example, Acropolis, I believe it is one of those cards that you really want to deal with Breakaway right away. And yes, this will be the case, because you cannot afford Acropolis to stay on the field, providing all these extra steps. But Duck is going to protect the Acropolis with the alteration. I don't find that this is the case. Or am I missing something? So I believe that breakaway was activated as chain to alteration instead. So Martin was forced to destroy the alteration and not the Acropolis.
Yeah, could be. I'm not sure. Yeah, could be. And yeah, here also comes the Whisker, who gets rid of the Acropolis.
Or we just activated the first effect of breakaway because we had a way to interact with Acropolis to place one face-up trap beforehand and then find access to an interaction with Acropolis.
And yeah, I think here Duke has seen enough and picks up his cars, recognizing that that was too much. I mean, I think it made sense at the end of the day, as we mentioned, that if you're playing Blitzkrieg, I think you're super fine going first. Of course, the field spell would have helped Martin out even more, but his hand was good enough to put Duck in trouble. The thing is that if you manage to normal summon the Surge, there was the Ghost Ogre on the field spell, which allows you to then search with the Surge another monster. And from that moment on, it just took so much advantage that it was just too much for Duck. But I'm glad that we got to see both of our duelists deck in action when going first, so just to show us and combo off a little bit with their decks. And now here it comes to game 3.
And I think that our mates can do definitely one thing very good and correctly: go first. I think that the deck may struggle a bit to find some of the key pieces, because if you are getting interrupted, it really needs a resource in the hand. However, Artmate is one of those decks that it's very consistent and can definitely establish a very strong field.
Yeah, I mean, going first, this deck, I feel like it really has the advantage, just because, most of the time you're just not going to be getting interrupted. I'm still surprised we haven't seen Book of Eclipse in both of our games, which I think is a card super popular in the Genesys format. And, in general, it's always been one card that lately it's always been played a lot by our duelists. We'll see once again now Duke going first, and yeah, it seems as though duelists going first usually have the advantage, as we've seen also in our previous future matches. But yeah, we'll find out, because our duelists are almost ready, so we'll also jump into game 3.
And I want to see what options Martin has been utilizing in the side deck to trying for a going second approach. I would like to see cards like Field Breakers, because it can work very well with the Blitzkrieg monsters, since you basically, or your engine is by default Field Breakers. And we start things off with Acropolis and Graph Layer.
Good start here from Duke. It's quite solid. We also got the Assault.
The Assault will be activated, and it will be as with Typhoon, one of the cards that we have not seen for a while from the Sky Striker mirror matches. So when 2 spell trap cards are on the field, you can target one spell trap and destroyed it, and this effect can be activated from the hand if the opponent controls 2 or more spell and trap cards.
You know, I actually played this card, but I cannot remember when. I think it was 10 years ago or something.
For me, it was
This-
6.
It's maybe
7?
seven,
Oh my God.
7, 8 years ago for sure. It's been a lot, but I cannot remember what metagame it was.
So it was in Sky Striker Mirror Match when Mystic Mine was still
Right.
on it, and you want to deal either with Roll or
Yes.
with the Mystic Mine.
Yeah. Right. Yes. Well, it's been a long time.
Yeah, but I still remember the tricks.
The card was good. The card was good. Yeah, especially because it was a trap card. You could have activated your opponent's turn.
Mm. I really like this tech from Martin. It makes perfect sense to bring this card into Genesis because, as we have experienced, all the side decks are utilizing cards like Cosmic Cyclone, and we have also Crackle in the hand. So Crackle will be activated and it will be revealed and destroy immediately the Archmage Purple Tron.
Yeah, it's Crackle. It's a little bit of like sort of clip, you know, sort of.
More of a Havnis, to be honest.
Oh, you are even better, even better. Yes, and it's the only blitz kick that he has a quick effect, you know, so that can be used like this.
Yes, it is one of those cards that, like 5 mana, for example, that have been brought up into as a logic into the current meta state and enables you to interact directly with your opponent despite going second. And I have to say that I'm a big fan of those strategies, meaning, for example, like cards like Holy Shoe that enable you to not just wait for your opponent to end his turn, but just try to interact with him directly and try to have a more interactive game. For example, right now we see that has passed turn back to Martin, and Martin starts things off with, I believe it was Whisker. Yes, it was Whisker to reveal himself, special summon this search, and the search will try to destroy.
Was it the
Eye of
what's it
Anubis?
called? The Eye of Anubis, right?
Yeah. Did we just saw Eye of Anubis?
What's it called? The Eye of Truth.
The Eye of Truth. So it is a very unique option in order to bring into this tournament because it plays very good and there's Blitz Click and Vanquishal, but we have seen Vanquishal in Genesis for quite some time now. So since we activate the Eye of Truth, our opponent has to have his hand already revealed. So the effect of Blitz Click monster cannot be activated because they required as a cost to reveal themselves.
This is good.
Yeah, it's actually good. But I mean, Martin had the Whisker, the other quick effect of the deck, to reveal this card and special summon this search from the hand and destroy an equivalent amount of monsters. So I believe the only way for the Eye of Truth not to work is if the Blitzkrieg pilot has a card like Whisker, as we already experienced. That was the case, unfortunately, for deck. And I think Martin is in a very good spot right now. But it would have made such an impact
No,
if
it would have been.
Eye of Truth was in the field right now.
It would have been huge for sure. Here goes with Accelerator in the graveyard, banishing it. Gets the breakaway.
And I think that with Blitzkrieg, when you get access to a breakaway, I think that things start to make sense and feeling that you are in a very good spot. So I think that you activate now breakaway to take back shards in the hand, activate shards, destroy the Archmage monster and special summon yourself, or we already
another
have,
surge.
yeah, that can also work. And yeah, that's game.
Yeah, that's game. Very well played here by Martin. He had a very nice hand as well. He had the crackle to stop his opponent, and I mean, Duke recognized that there was nothing that he could have done, but of course, as you mentioned, if the Eye of Truth would have been there, we would have seen another different game for sure.
Yeah, but this is the reason like why I like cards that can activate it to your opponent's turn, because as we just experienced a card like Eye of Truth, for example, that would have caught Martin off guard, were not able to be activated since we could interact directly to Duck's turn and just have a more interactive play. So again, another fist bump, and I think it was one of those matches that you wanted to see from a Genesys Championship when we are just heading towards to the top cut. However, we have one more round of Swiss today. Stay tuned for round 8 of Genesys Championship.
Welcome back, duelists, to the 8th and final round of the Genesys event at the WCQ Brussels. Don't worry, there'll be more Genesys on Sunday. We're going to get started off with Dark Lord versus Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg, and I'm going to be joined by Alberto to go through this round.
Here we are. I'm excited, especially because throughout the day we have seen a lot of different decks. We have seen surely Blitzkrieg and Sacred Beasts, but we haven't seen mashed up of these two decks, which honestly it's catching me off guard, to be fair. It's something usually that we see like separately. Right?
Yeah, I love the creativity that we can get from the Sacred Beast right now. It just shows how versatile they are. I also love that we've got Rio coming back. So he was on a previous feature match with Dark Lord, so we've already seen how good that can be piloted. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly as well, he might have been up against Sacred Beast, so he's no stranger to that one. I can't wait to see the synergies between the two of the Sacred Beast and the Blitzkrieg. And we're starting off with the Sacred Beast spell card here. So add 3 Sacred Beast monsters with different names and then discard 2.
Yeah, we mentioned that the deck is very consistent. You really need to get your hands on the Thunderclap. But oh wow, here this is an Herald of the Green Light, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. A card I haven't seen, I think, in years, actually. I remember it from the advanced format. Well, there was the Herald deck, so like all ritual monsters, and this is great, honestly. It's just a form to interrupt your opponent.
Yeah, so this is the best thing that the Heralds can provide to the Dark Lords. So not only can they play the green, they can also play the orange, but if they discard exactly what Rio's just done here, being the Golgullet will then get them started off by searching out any Dark Lord card from the deck. And straight away, we've kind of stumped Richard here. Yeah.
Wow.
Very, very interesting. And I think this is the one benefit of playing Dark Lords in Genesys, is they have the option to play premium hand interactions like the Herald of the Orange and the Herald of the Green, because they don't cost any points, because they are so limited to fairy strategy decks. And not being able to get any follow-up from Richard on this one as well kind of shows how important the Sacred Beast spell here. And we're going to go with Indulge Dark Lord. Not the most ideal starter. You obviously want to save that for Jehuti, but still a very good starter here, because what we're going to be able to do is give our opponent a Dark Lord monster and then search out a Dark Lord monster of our own of a different name. So usually we'll give Golgullet to our opponent. We will search out an Ix-Chill, depending on what the rest of the hand is, and then we start to use our opponent's field as fusion material for our Dark Lord Evening Star, which is an incredible card. Yeah,
very, very good opening here from Rio, and as you mentioned, I mean, it really gives the impression he has been playing against the Sacred Beast deck a lot, especially because, he knows where to activate his interruptions. And on the other side, I really feel like, if there's a deck who could, I don't want to say easily, but like navigate and try to seal the game in one turn, it would be Dark Lord, because especially of the attack points of all the monsters.
Yeah, exactly that. So what we've seen here is we've actually seen quite an interesting approach. So with Rio having access to contact, rather than giving his opponent the Golgullet, he decided to search the Golgullet so that it's well within his control. When he uses Ix-Chill to draw 2 cards, he'll trigger the Golgullet, get the Dark Lord Dance search, and he is, exactly as you just said, he's going to be pushing for game at this point here.
That's the ultimate goal for sure. You also draw into an Herald of the Orange Light if anything is going to happen on Richard's hand. That's exactly, here is going to be activating the
dance.
Yeah.
So this lets him use Dark Lord monsters from the graveyard or the field, or either side of the field, by banishing them to perform a fusion summon, which is exactly what we're going to see here. Ultimately lead us into Evening Star. And we know that Rio's got the Dark Lord Morning Star in the hand, and we have the option now to pretty much push quite far on. And like you said, the Herald of the Orange will answer one of the biggest threats that could be utilized in Genesys, being the Bureau of the Primal Being. So it's looking very, very positive here for Rio. And then are we going to replicate Dark Lord Dance? Yeah, and that's it. Richard kind of sees it and goes into game number 2. Wow, okay.
Well played. I mean, it's... I mean, you gotta feel a little better for Richard, but like, sometimes that's what happens. Just have one play, that's what you really need to do, and then if your opponent has it, he has it, It's not at the end of the world. Still game 1, could be a very long one, but, Rio really seems the experienced player, but both of our duelists, are both of an EXO record, so incredible day of action for them, for sure. But, this is the last round of the day. You really want to advance to Sunday with a pretty much an undefeated record, especially because there are going to be other 4 more rounds of Swiss on Sunday before the top cut. But yeah, I've been enjoying a lot, honestly, the Genesys action today.
Yeah, there's a lot of creativity around, and one thing that we've got to remember as well is that as it currently stands, Rio doesn't even know that his opponent has any Blitzkrieg kind of cards at all.
Right.
And we saw it in one of the previous rounds where the opponent played and built their field with Sacred Beast but never revealed any Angeliki cards. So there's always these moments of Rio will now be, right, okay, I know what's coming from Sacred Beast. I know what they can do. I've kind of seen what they want to try and do. If I stop the spell, that's it. But the Blitzkrieg can completely throw that into disarray. And definitely be quite a good interaction as well, because if you can start to keep Rio off of not necessarily all of his monsters, because the Dark Lord Dance is such an incredibly powerful card to use the graveyard, but if you can get rid of certain aspects, try and get rid of the spells and traps sometimes, try and control the field a little bit more, even trying to get access to something like a Thunderkin Ryo and then backing that up with a Varudras will give Richard layered interactions to stop Rio trying to build.
Absolutely, and you know, I feel like, you know, we discussed this a little bit about, you know, playing disruptions such as hand traps. You know, there are multi armies in Genesys, but for sure the heralds, like, I really like them. I mean, of course, as you mentioned, you really have to find the right strategies for favorites, you know, to use them. But it's very nice ones, honestly. Yeah.
Yeah, I also like the fact that Purple Light isn't even being discussed in this topic right now. But in the future, if the format was to ever shift to a heavy trap lineup, that can start playing its way in as well. And yeah, the synergies with the Dark Lords is absolutely amazing. We're going to be seeing Richard start off with the Sacred Beast Thunderclap. So the idea is to resolve this. We want to get 2 more copies of the Thunderclap to the field, get us access to the Fallen Paradise field spell, and then you can start to build off a lot of pressure here. And it's actually a really good check for a Herald of the Green Light, because sometimes we saw previously that you want to try and stop cards like this to give that resource to the field. So definitely hitting either the Fallen Paradise might be something. And it looks like with Rio reading these cards, he might not have faced them as of yet. So this could be a bit of a surprise for him.
Yeah, so here comes the Uria, and then it's been revealed, which, you know, like, it's very cool interactions, especially with these cards, right? Because as you mentioned, once you get the field spell onto the field, is really nice, because essentially you get to tribute 3 cards, and then you get to summon one of the not OG but the new Sacred Beasts. But it's really nice, especially because either the spell and the Martyr, the monster, have very nice effect during your opponent's end phase. You can essentially add them back, so you can keep this, you know, continuous recycle, and you know, have as many Sacred Beast monsters as possible. Very nice. Yeah,
so we're going to be seeing remember the Fallen Paradise could be used 3 times per turn. So send in all 3 spells. It looks like Richard is eyeing up the Raviel, but we might change that to the Hamon now. But the benefit of having this is, as long as you control a Sacred Beast monster that is originally a level 10, the Fallen Paradise will allow you to draw 2 cards as well. So a bit more unknown resource for Richard to play with. And we already know that Uriah's got access to the Trap card. And that can be very, very effective, because the Trap card not only leads you to getting a second Sacred Beast to the field, and all of the new Sacred Beasts have their own inbuilt quick effects. Apart from Hamon, Hamon just charges your opponent 1,000 life points if one of their monsters goes to the graveyard, but still gives a lot of interaction that the Richard can set up here for Rio to try and push through. Okay, it looks like we're going to be revealing the Raveo in the hand. This is going to allow us to add a Sacred Beast monster. So if we don't have access to Marta, Hamon, or Uriah, we can get access to them and then discard a card. And again, at this point here, you can choose to either discard the Trap card if you feel you can get all 3 Sacred Beasts into rotation, or you can discard something else. And it looks like we're going to be grabbing the Hamon here as well and discarding the Raveo itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why we thought that maybe Rio was maybe too familiar with the deck. Yeah. Actually, maybe it's not. But yeah, I mean, I think that's the beauty of Genesys, right? I mean, because like you're sitting with an EXO record, but so far you may have faced or you may have not faced any Sacred Beasts so far in the tournament.
Yeah.
But again, no Blitzkrieg cards at all. So there's still the surprise factor.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes the Blitzkrieg so good, is that if you really, really want to, you can hold them back for your opponent's turn and just add another layer, because Crackle itself is just a very good hand interaction card that kind of, in similarities to Rio as well, it in turn can act as its own Herald of the Orange light, because it will destroy that monster. Yes, it doesn't negate the effect. It's kind of like Herald of the Orange light. So, but it still gives Richard another interaction, and that's always something quite fascinating about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that there are so many different locations as a duelist that you need to be aware of. Like, there are the cards you can see face up on the field. There's the unknown cards that are set face down on the field, and then there's all of those little lurking cards in the graveyard, or just unknown mystery cards in the hand that it can really take a toll on the kind of the mind games you can play with your opponent as well.
No, absolutely, that's the beauty of the game. And I mean, of course, like there's some times where some of the set cards are known, but when they're not known, of course, like that was the especially like tricky part becomes, no? So it's where it begins. So it's yeah, now Rio is just having a look at those cards, which you know, as mentioned, the Martyr is has a really cool effect. It's just sort of like the spell card that Richard has just been using, and yeah, now he gets to discard other two cards. Yeah.
So I feel I've got kind of a general question on this one. So, I'm not saying that Rio is in a losing position here, but as you are not familiar with the deck and the strategy, rather than kind of, depending on what the time is left on the round, is, in my personal opinion, and we'll see whether you agree or not, that you kind of let your opponent play to a certain extent. So you see what their plays are, you see what the lines are, you see what they try to achieve, and then usually you get used to their patterns of, if they activate a particular card first, their second card would usually be so on and so forth.
Yeah.
So gathering as much information as possible.
No, 100% agree with you. I mean, like, I really feel like, especially at this point into the tournament, if you're not familiar with the deck, you just let your opponent activate as many cards as possible so that you can see essentially what the deck does or can do, and then as mentioned, if there's going to be a game 3, of course Rio knows where to activate his potential interruptions. But I really feel like this is good to know, especially advancing into the tournament, because like depending on like regardless of the result of this match, there will be of course other rounds where Rio could face other Circuit Beast decks, and as we saw, there's the Schulmeister, which Rio sided in, which is sort of like, at this moment, not useful at all. You cannot use it. It's just more of a passive witness, just trying to understand how the deck functions.
Yeah.
And I'm actually very glad to see the deck in action so far, because we got to see the deck, I think, in round 2 or 3 today, but it was missing a little bit of paces, and finally we got to see the deck in action at full power.
Yeah, and this is what I also like about the Sacred Beasts themselves, is they have access to utilize some of the brand new train cards that we also received in the previous set, Blazing Dominion, and some of these cards can be very, very effective. So what we're going to be able to see here is we're working into the Super Dreadnought Rail Cannon Flying Launcher. And don't worry, I'm pretty sure every word matches up to every level it has. So during particularly your main phase, you get to normal summon the machine in addition to your normal summon the set. Now, that's going to be a little less effective, but if this card is XZ summoned, you get to add an Earth Machine monster or a Barrage Blast from the deck to the hand as well. So that could be quite nice to interact with your opponent. And this is where we're going to see the Planet Pathfinder, which can now bridge into the Blitzkrieg. Now that we've got our extra deck monsters summoned and we don't want to summon from anywhere else apart from the hand, this is where Rio is laughing, because
what?
Yeah,
What is going on?
he was not expecting this to appear.
Yeah, this is something that you're not going to be seeing often. Honestly, it's great. It's just great, because now with the field spell you get to give your opponents a token, and you can tell Rio is just shaking his head. It's like, what is even going on? Because Richard is far from being done, and yeah, this way he can just destroy his own field spell, get the grain onto the field, and then he also has the surge. Great.
Yeah.
Great.
A lot of resource here. So all of this backed up by the Varudras. We're going to resolve the grain. We're going to be able to get hold of the field spell back again into rotation. And I'm assuming we want to try and search for either Whisker eventually, or Whisker, or eventually get into Crackle as well. And that's just going to give us even more disruption during Rio's turn here. And just having a quick look into Rio's hand, you've already mentioned there's the Skullmeister there. It looks like we do have the Power Patron spell as well, which will give us a search of a Dark Fairy, which is kind of why they work so well in both advanced and modern, advanced and Genesis on this one as well.
And yeah, here it is. It takes the MI, I don't know how you pronounce it. It's essentially one of the Blitzkrieg cards that once it gets added, you can get special summoned onto the field, and then the nice effect is that, of course, whenever there's a card that is being destroyed, you can essentially go and search a drop card from your deck, which is very, very nice.
Yeah, a lot of resource control and resource management happening here now from Richard, so that's very nice to see kind of the control that we've got on that one. And then keeping in mind as well that even if Rio was to activate the prohibited Power Patron Portal Terminus, it will lock them into only being able to attack with Power Patron monsters as well. So that is a caveat, which means if that does get activated and that does resolve, Richard would definitely be surviving a turn. And as you've already mentioned, we've got Martyr and we have the Thunderclap in the graveyard. They will just be coming back for that resource, and then Richard starts all over again the next turn. But I think this is very, very important now for Rio, is to manage his time, but also gather the information. He's seeing just gathering the information from the Sacred Beast is one thing. He's now having to cram all of this knowledge of the Blitzkrieg and the Sacred Beast cards into his head. And I feel that there's a very good trick in this one that you kind of break the effects down. You get your bullet points in your brain and you go, right, okay, that card does this and that card does that. Make sure you understand obviously all the additional locks and interactions, but also being able to know that it's not just one or two effects, and then you're able to kind of sub-compress them so that when you're trying to build your field the next turn, you don't leave yourself open to any type of misunderstood interactions. And setting free.
Look at this.
Wow. Okay.
What an opener. I think we can say that this may be the best opener of the day, like
yes.
so far. It's unbelievable, honestly. What a hand. Like there's the Varudras, there's the Whisker who can get a monster effect, then there's a couple of trap cards being set. There should also be the breakaway, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
There's so much stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot here, and I think Rio is just kind of trying to work out the plays in his head of what to start with, how to go, and then this is all going to come down to whether Richard interacts at the right time with the right card, and build it on from there. So Jehuti is going to attempt to special summon a Dark Lord monster from the deck. Is there going to be an interaction from Richard on this one, or are we going to allow this to resolve? Quite an important card actually to consider with this, because it can snowball very, very fast with the right cards in Rio's hand. So it looks like this is going to resolve. Interesting if we go for Indulged Dark Lord, or if we decide to go for something different like the Ghoul Golem first. No, we're going to stick to the good old-fashioned Indulged. Indulged is going to attempt to put a Dark Lord onto Richard's field and search if there is no response from Richard here. Okay, it looks like we're going to use the Whisker on this one. Kind of expected, I believe. That's going to get rid of the Indulged. And then Surge. A lot happening here. Really good to see the Blitzkrieg kind of get into gear a bit.
Yeah, because now here gets to add back the Emmy, which then gets special summon, then the field spell, then gets to destroy the other Dark Lord onto the field. This is an impressive opener and super scary, to be fair. Like, for real. He got, like, as you mentioned, there was the bridge giving him access to the Blitzkrieg part of his deck, which I think it's insane, honestly. It's the best. Yeah, I mean, very well played by Richard, to be fair.
Yeah, very well played. It shows just how powerful these creative measures are. We've seen earlier Sacred Beast Angelic Sea. We're seeing Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg. It's actually just a very, very effective kind of engine that can be utilized in either Advanced or in Genesis, and it's definitely putting a lot of work in Genesis. I believe they've only got minimalistic points. I think like the Hamon has a couple of points on them, maybe the Ravael as well, but the consistency of the deck itself in general is very, very effective, and it does then allow you to be creative with those sub-supporting engines like the Blitzkrieg. And one thing that I really like to do sometimes with new cards coming out is if you pick the unexpected, that's another hurdle for your opponent to kind of try and get their head around, and that can help you a little bit more as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with you, especially because, I mean, Sacred Beast is kind of a newish deck, let's say, to the Genesis format, and I mean, I really feel like that if there's something better than Sacred Beast, it's Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg at this point, right? Because, I mean, like, the strategy itself already is good, because you get the Varura, there's a continuous recycle of resources. But at the end of the day, if you think about it, like, I mean, Blitzkrieg, it's surely one of those decks which I am expecting to be in Top Cut.
Yeah.
But Swagger Beast, on the other hand, for sure, it's one of those contenders that really has, you know, the I think the key is honestly to just, you know, contrast the deck, and on the other side, like mixing them up as Richards is doing is really showing us like that all the fantasy and then the hard work that has been put into this event is really paying off. So it's great to see such a deck in action, and yeah, Rio will be having a hard time, to be fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's eyeing up stuff like the DD Crow, trying to recollect on that previous turn, once he did let Richard combo and play as he needed to, how effective that would be in regards to kind of, is it worth keeping it in, is it worth changing it out? Again, like you mentioned, the previous one with Skullmeister, if that's an effective card in this strategy. And I feel that you obviously don't want to rely on the Herald of the Orange and Herald of Green all the time because you can't guarantee to get them. And Rio's just going to have to try and predict and go, did they use a normal summon? Well, yes, Marta was the normal summon. Maybe I need to fear less of a Lava Golem or a Ra Sphere mode, but they could still exist. And that will allow you to kind of dictate and edit your end field as well. So,
and there's still tons of time left, like 29 minutes. So both of our duelists gonna be having enough time, you know, to end up on an EXO record, optimistically speaking. So we will be saying that soon. But yeah, I mean, another future match, another different decks. It's been honestly a very great day of actions. We talked also about what we could have played if we were to play the event. So it's very nice to see, you know, the approach of our duelists, the field breakers that have been played day one, and then of course on Sunday, as the situation will be evolving, we will also be saying what are the decks that may have their chances, you know, to advance into the top cut.
Yeah, but this is what I love about the point allocation as well throughout the whole Genesis format. Is it not only would a point allocation maybe make you second guess how many copies of a certain card you can put into deck, but it then also makes you open up your creativity behind a card. You go, okay, well, maybe if Ash Blossom is such a premium, I can start to play these risk and reward cards that might have had a harder time if an Ash Blossom was utilized. And I think that's why something like Tellers are considered as a pretty good deck in Genesis right now. And it looks like Rio is going to be starting us off with one of the best kind of search cards in Dark Lords, being the Dark Lord Contact, going straight for Jehuti, which will be the ideal starter here for him as well. And as we try and bridge off for that one, the Jehuti is going to attempt to resolve with no response from Richard, which could probably signify that maybe there is or isn't a crackle, because I feel that sometimes if your opponent stops and goes just that little millisecond of thinking, that might make you try and reconsider or think about what else you could do. But we're going to go straight for the good old-fashioned giving access to Golgolet. Now, the Golgolet is actually Richard that chooses whether they want to produce the tokens or not. It looks like we're not doing that, but we are going to use Super Duper Polymerization. Now, this is something that I've seen Rio play, which I think is absolutely amazing, because it lets you kind of, just that one card uses your opponent's Golgolet, it doesn't banish it, which means it goes to the graveyard to trigger the effect, and it allows you to use a First of the Dark Lord to work its way into the Dark Lord Evening Star. I believe it only costs, I think it might cost 2,000 life points to activate. Yeah, exactly that. And Rio currently has access to everything he wants right now. So working our way into, I think, so we searched Dark Lord Dance of the Golgolet. We're going to be setting a Contact and a Rebellion. Now, to set a Contact when you've already used one, a Banishment, when you've already used one, probably means that there is the Contact in the hand, unfortunately. But that can still be used. We still have Evening Star to replicate one of the Dark Lord spells or traps in the graveyard as well. So it's going to be quite good. Ooh, wow, is that
there's two Herald, right? Wow.
Interesting.
Well, Toe Herald could be very difficult to navigate, honestly.
Yeah.
It's, let's see how Rio wants to end this up.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, okay. He's drawing 2 cards. And it's 2 fairies, so it's great.
Good payoff. It's probably the 2 with better fairies as well, apart from the Nastem, but getting another Golgolet is going to allow Rio to get access to the Morningstar during his opponent's turn. And we saw this previously go into the good old Minerva. This is a very interesting one as well, so we're going to excavate more cards. Just looking at the 3 we're going to go for. Are there of any use? Ooh.
Oh, no, not really. All right.
Unfortunately not. I also love this about the Dark Lords. So the Dark Lords can play, even though Forbidden Crown and Forbidden Droplet have point allocations to them, they can use them because they're searchable. And this is an exact example here that Rio's just done. You can banish the Jehuti from the graveyard to add back that excavated or even already used Crown or Droplet. So it means you don't need to put as many point allocation to those cards, and you can still get them as incredibly consistently and as easy as you want to.
And I mean, look at this. Like speaking about impressive openers, this is for sure an impressive one because, as you mentioned, there's the Droplet that is being added back by Rio, and then double copies of the Herald of the Green Light in hand. So tough one.
Yeah, very good here. And I think this is the important thing with Rio that he needs to try and do is, yes, it's important to have Dark Lord monsters on the field that can replicate the effects, but you also need to make sure you don't commit everything that a Sphere Mode or a Lava Golem could completely clear you out. Or in Genesis that we've seen quite a lot with the Interrupted Kaiju Slumber and Kaijus running around, you can usually expect that the majority of decks are going to be siding in type of cards like that. They're going to be very, very powerful. And in return to Richard's Game 2 matchup, Rio has also got a set 4 along his spell and trap zones. And it's now over to Richard to see if we can break this for one of these duelists to go as an 8-0 record at the end of the first day of Genesis.
Well, this is card being drawn is a Lava Golem. So not too bad. Not too bad, I have to say.
If you could ask the hards of the cards. Yeah, good choices there straight away. Get rid of both the Dark Lords that have the ability to pay the life points to replicate the spell and trap effect. Now this is going to come down to Rio if there is a way to revive. I believe currently there is only one card to revive, and there's the Herald of the Green Light. Is this going to be a repeat of game number 1 where that is enough to stop Richard? We're going to use the Gorgulate Attempt to Search. Trying to see, it looks like there's definitely a 7th Tachyon in Richard's hand there. So just trying to see where else we can kind of debate on what we want to try and search here. It's also quite important because we know we've got the Sanctified Dark Lord and possibly Rebellion. They both need Dark Lords to be discarded or tributed from the field as well. So maintaining resource to utilize that second Herald of the Green Light is going to be very, very critical here. Okay, so we've got a Nasten, what looked like a Morningstar, plus the Herald of the Green Light. Is there more for Richard to follow up here with? It looks like there's a Surge, which is a great Blitzkrieg card to do. You do play a little bit of sacrifice here because if you do utilize that Surge...
Oh, yeah, wow, that's it.
Wow, okay. Yeah, I think it looks like the negation on the spell card kind of did it there, and there's the Rebellion, the Sanctified. Wow, okay. Well played by both duelists on that one. I guess we're going to see, like, both of these duelists are going to be back for the Sunday. They're still well within it. Rio's taking Dark Lords as an 8-0 record into Sunday. Wow.
Wow, what a match this has been. And, you know, both of our duelists really showcased us, you know, the power of their deck. On one hand, we saw the Sacred Beast Blitzkrieg deck going first in Game 2, and it was an absolute showcase. And on the other hand, you know, of course, Rio must be super happy with the result, especially because in Game 3 really had, you know, an incredible opener. So congratulations to both of our duelists for advancing to Day 2. Still, Richard with an X1 record, super solid. Rio can go sleeping, you know, super well rested and coming back for Sundays, you know, with an XO record. And Dale, thanks so much for being with me for the last round of the day. We will be back for more Genesis content on Sunday, so don't forget and tune in for more content because we will be having 4 rounds of Swift being playing on Sunday, followed by a top cut. For today, that's all. We will be seeing each other tomorrow for the main event of the EU WCQ. Don't forget to tune in at 9 AM. Guys, thanks so much for watching. We will be seeing you tomorrow. Good night.